Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 6 September 2023.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 6th September 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I rise to move a motion for the corrections and approvals of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 6 September 2023.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable Member for Sani Mentereng.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 6 September 2023 be considered and approved. Honorable members, we all have copies of the said votes, record of votes and proceedings. As usual, we'll go through them page by page, beginning with page 1. Any comments and observations by honorable members? Honorable members, we can move to page 2.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, under page 1.
Member Upper Fladu.
Yes, under page 1. After press number 2, correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of, instead of Wednesday, Tuesday is written. Oh, okay.
Honorable Member, this was yesterday's meeting, And yesterday we were looking at the record of votes and proceedings of the previous day, which was Tuesday. Honorable members, page 2. Honorable members, I was just talking to the table office. I made some observations. On page 2, you only have members absent with permission. There are no members absent without permission. And only a few, 1 or 2 of these people have been granted permission. So henceforth, I've just told him, henceforth, as we just agreed yesterday, we will ensure that we go strictly by that agreement. We'll let this one go until beginning next week, probably. Honorable members, we now move to page 3. Yes, Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 3, if you look at number 3, fictions for oral answers. Roman figure 1. Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambian abroad. The Gambian there should carry S. Thank you.
Noted. Any more observations or comments on page 3? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 6 September 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Laying of papers and reports. A report of the Gambian delegation to the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, Republic of South Africa, 8 May to 2nd June 2023 by the head of delegation.
Can I now invite the Honorable Head of Delegation to lay his report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to lay before this August Assembly for the information, consideration and adoption of this August Assembly the report of the Gambia's Parliamentary Delegation to the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held in Midrand, Johannesburg, the Republic of South Africa from the 8th of May to the 2nd of June. Background. The Pan-African Parliament, which is the third organ of the African Union, was established in 2004 under the provisions of Article 4, 2, and 3 of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. The treaty stipulates that each state has to be represented in the Pan-African Parliament by 5 members, at least one of whom shall be a woman, and such representation shall reflect the diversity of political opinion in each parliament or the national legislative body. The members of the Gambian delegation to the PAP and their committees: 1, Honorable Alajimbo, Committee on Education, Science, Technology and Innovation; Honorable Maimuna Sise, Committee on Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change; Honorable Swaibu Ture, Committee on Human Rights and Immigration Matters; Honorable Suleiman Saho, Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economy and Food Security; and Honorable Salifu Jao, Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs. And Mr. Landing Job served as the Secretary to the delegation during the session. The session was chaired and opened by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, who is also the Speaker, His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Charambira. The theme of the session was to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area of the African Union for 2023. The session was graced by as many dignitaries, and the guest of honor was His Excellency Azalai Asumani, the President of the Union of Comoros Island and Chairperson of the African Union and former member of PAP. Various messages of solidarity were delivered. Among them was given by His Excellency Honorable Candid Maseko Dalamini, that's the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, and also His Excellency Andre Zabakai, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in South Africa, and Honorable Nama Mayara, Speaker of the House of Advisors of Morocco and the President of the Senate, and Honorable Modest Bahiti Lubebo, Speaker of the Senate of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Honorable Amasin Jeffa Kiongi, Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, and Honorable Senapi Koko Alupi on behalf of the ECOWAS Speaker. On page 5. Official opening. As highlighted in the introduction, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Charambira, President of the Parliament, officially declared the second ordinary session open and remarks that the PAP will continue to play its rightful role in the promotion of integration, peace and stability, democracy, good governance and the rule of law by all regional economic communities and member states. He recalled that the Pan-African Parliament, as enshrined in its vision, shall deliver the desired goals and objectives of the Union in fulfilling the aspirations of the African people. The issue of the Parliament's budgetary constraint for effective committee operations was a major concern discussed by the President, and therefore appealed to the Chairperson of the Union, His Excellency Azalai Asumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, to support PAP with sufficient budget to carry out its mandate effectively. In his keynote address, His Excellency Azalai Asumani, President of the Union of Comoros Island and current Chairperson of the African Union, discussed the gains and the challenges of the Union and encouraged the PAP as people's representative to intensify its efforts in the promotion of democratic values, integration, economic development, peace and stability in the continent. He promised the parliamentarians of his support as chair of the African Union, in particular the issue of budget and ratification of the protocol relating to the transformation of the PAP to become a legislative body, among others. From there, there was a workshop hosted by the second ordinary session. That's a workshop on accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the strategic significance of the African Parliament. The second ordinary session hosted workshops which on the team AFCTA, and experts drawn from the FCTA Secretariat of the African Union and partners have shared with the August Assembly ideas, experiences and best practices for creating an enabling environment for inter-African trade that would intensify or diversify economies and enhance competitiveness of its exports and generate opportunities for the young people. On page 7, in the middle. Furthermore, a panel comprising chairperson of regional caucuses of the Pan-African Parliament, including Honorable Alhaji Mbo, chairperson of the West African Caucus, shared their ideas and strategies for the PAP to accelerate the implementation of the AFCTA framework. The panelists proposed the following. A, that the Pan-African Parliament members should collectively embark on political education to unbundle the AFCTA to the people of Africa and its benefits to the population. B, adopt policies and regulations for compensation to countries that may be negatively affected in the implementation of the AFCTA and build capacities of the local content of entrepreneurs of the continent. C, develop powers to the African Union Commission to ably implement the policies of the Union. D, continue to develop the infrastructure facilities of the continent for ease of transportation of goods and people. E, the AUC to collect and manage data to enable countries to plan better and implement AFCTA effectively. F, that is the countries commit appropriate budgets for implementation of the AFCTA agenda. And G, to resolve conflicts and disputes within the continent in order to achieve enhanced and proper trade facilitation, and H, promote the harmonization and integration of our financial payment and settlement by support of the Pan-African Payment and Growth Settlement System, which is being piloted in the WAMS region. And I adopt a common language for ease of trade transaction among countries in the continent. Now, the following issues on page 7 were highlighted as challenges, and we must work together as the people of Africa to address them. One, a high tariff revenue losses could be realized and an uneven distribution of costs and benefits among countries. Two, the issue of high trade costs due to poor infrastructure, border procedures, and non-tariff barriers should be seriously addressed in order to create a single continent-wide trade for goods and services, businesses and investments that will reshape African economies. Three, a need for African governments to support workers with adequate safety nets, design policies to retrain workers and readiness of workforces to take advantage of the new opportunities. Four, international policies, government bureaucracies, and economic woes resulting from COVID-19 pandemic has created the implementation of the agreement. Five, border closures among countries is another big challenge, undermining the successful implementation of the AFCTA. Six, many African countries lack the institutional ability to monitor and control activities around their land borders, which are essential to the verification and monitoring of AFCTA. Therefore, to combat smuggling and other illicit practices across the borders remains a challenge that has proven to undermine the agreement. Then we move to the workshop on climate policy and equity on the theme, the African continent at crossroads. A workshop on climate policy and equity on the theme, the African continent at crossroads, calls on the Pan-African parliamentarians to consider enhancing their national budgets to address climate change, scourge, and also focus on adaptation financing. These, among other strategies, will help the African continent to address its role on the subject of climate change. However, the members of the PAP were informed that Africa's contribution to global greenhouse gas emission is minimal at only 4%. Yet, the impact of climate change on our people is huge. A keynote address by His Excellency William Samuel Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, who also doubled as the chairperson of the Committee of African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change, that's the CAOSIC, underscored the need to urgently undertake a fundamental shift in Africa's global role on the subject of climate change and the Paris Agreement, particularly in areas affecting Africa. The President posited that the above have not progressed and there is a need to rethink our strategies. President Ruto advised the Pan-African parliamentarians that they have a fundamental role in shaping African solutions to Africa's problem. He urged the parliamentarians to pay attention to the European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism and the potential negative impact it will have on the African exports. Moving to page 10. The workshop also recommends to the member states of the African Union to domesticate and implement the various provisions of the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework and Convention on Climate Change, and the Paris Agreement, including allocation of adequate budgetary resources to address climate change impacts. The workshop also called on the civil society and non-state actors to inculcate lessons learned in their activities to examine how to enhance existing legal and international frameworks related to climate change for effective implementation on the continent. Then we move to another workshop, which was workshop on the national implementation of the Africa Educates Her campaign. In a similar engagement, the Pan-African Parliament jointly hosted a workshop with African Union International Center for Girls and Women Education in Africa, that is CIFA, on the theme Africa Educates Her campaign derived from Dakar Declaration on June 2022. The declaration was adopted by experts from ministries of education, of AU member states in meeting held in Dakar, Senegal from the 21st to the 23rd of June 2022, which was geared towards responding to the COVID-19 related educational crisis, in particular girls and young women's right to education. The Dakar Declaration calls on AU member states to domesticate the Africa Educates Her campaign at national levels to enhance awareness and around issues that have negatively hindered girls and women from accessing education during and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Then we have another CSO forum. As part of its agenda, the plenary also hosted a forum with the civil society organizations to discuss concerns, welfare, and the way forward of CSOs-based organizations within the continent. In line with Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the PAP Civil Society Forum was established as a deliberate mechanism for coordination, cross-pollination, and harmonization of the civil society efforts and inputs for meaningful and constructive engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. In this regard, the Forum shared recommendations and resolution on African Continental Free Trade Area and expect the Parliament to use its mandate as the organ charged with driving speedy alignment and ratification of the African Union treaties and champion a ratification campaign to ensure that the required ratifications are obtained to bring the free movement of people's protocol into force by 2024. Then we move on the 25th of May, that is commemoration of the African Day. On the 25th of May 2023, the Pan-African Parliament commemorated the African Day that we actually do every year by organizing a series of activities where several messages of solidarity were delivered by dignitaries, including Ambassador of Tunisia to South Africa, who remembered several people that were instrumental in the liberation of Africa, such as Bourguiba, Leopold Sédar Senghor, and among other personalities. Similarly, the Dean of the mission in South Africa also shared his solidarity with the Parliament that 25th of May is a great day to remember. Special names like Kwame Nkrumah, Sékou Touré, Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, Zamora Michel, Sylvanus Olympio, Ahmed Bembela, Gamal Abdel Nasir, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, and Kenneth Kaunda, among others. The Dean gave a brief history of the colonization, which led to the creation of two camps, that is the Casablanca camp and the Monrovia camp. And also paid tribute to several people that played great roles in Africa, like Nelson Mandela, as the best gift of Africa that shall be remembered in the history of the continent. Professor Matola, a member of PAP from the South African Parliament, on his part discussed about Pan-Africanism and stressed that a nation must have a soul, and the continent of Africa therefore lost his soul during colonization. Professor Matola urged the honorable members to raise their consciousness of the African people. Furthermore, Professor Patrick Lumumba of Kenya also addressed the House online and expressed that if he had to rate the performance of the PAP, he would rate it below standard because the decisions made by the House are non-binding. Professor Lumumba noted that the Pan-African Parliament was supposed to energize the AU, yet to gain the hearts and minds of the African people. Contribution of members, that's on page 14 of the Gambian delegation. The House considered other topical issues that were discussed and resolved with recommendations. The Gambian delegation also contributed to discussions on the floor of the House on matters relating to the ongoing conflict in Sudan, a report of the Women Caucus, advancement of youth in Africa, what role can Pan-African play in the development of Africa, among other things. In his conclusion on the ongoing conflict in Sudan, Honorable Swaibu Toure, a member of Woodley East, opined that one of the best solutions to resolve the conflict in Sudan could be the option for coherent strategy in order to silence the guns through ceasefire agreement to restore normalcy in the country. Also, the African Union Authority should try to bring together the warring factions to the table for negotiation in collaboration with international players that might have started the process. Another suggestion to add value for peacemaking process in Sudan is the option for the African Union to initiate a transnational program for the people of Sudan, where a platform to establish legal and institutional framework with defined time frame of the transition, including conducive atmosphere for the free and fair elections to a democratic system of governance. On the report of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Toure discussed that effects on women and children in war-torn countries in Africa actually bear the brunt of the crisis. He expressed his support for the caucus and advised that the caucus set up by a delegation to visit Sudan in order to make findings on women and children with a view to assist and promote their welfare. Concerning the youth in Africa, Honorable Toure said that, so Honorable Toure, member for Woodley East, said that continuous dialogue among the youth of the continent and parliamentarians is a good move and better strategy to advance the cause of the youth. The parliamentarians appreciated the summit hosted by the Kingdom of Morocco to champion the advancement of the youth in the continent and that youth should be supported for the development of the continent. On his part, Honorable Salifu Jawa, member of Jokado, underscored that the functions and the duties of the Pan-African Parliament can only have a full impact on the lives of the people of Africa if it is given full legislative powers through the ratification of the Malabo Protocol raising to the Pan-African Parliament. He suggested that this dream of the Union can be realized because all member states of the AU are represented in the Pan-African Parliament who can pursue and advocate at the national parliaments for their countries to ratify the treaties. By the way, the Gambia actually has ratified. Honorable Jawa opined that the PAP can assign delegations to go around the continent to sensitize and encourage members to seriously consider ratifying the protocol if Africa wants to become one people, one nation. Honorable Jawa described that this is the only way forward that we can have Africa. On the performance report, the House considered and adopted the report of the activities of the PAP for period of January to May 2023, which was presented by His Excellency President Chief Fortune Zenefia Charombira. The major elements of the report covered the Parliament's quasi-legislative oversight and representative mandate, administration, and the Parliament's relationship with other organs. Considering the achievement of the Parliament, on page 16, the President Charombira reported that the PAP registered some progress during the period on the review, and this includes, among others, the strong ties with other organs of the African Union that was really very poor. Now, the Parliament also participated in the 146th IPU and the 5th Congress of the Speakers of the Arab Councils and Parliaments with a view to increase the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament around the globe. The President also informed the House that similar engagement was held in the area of peace building for security and stability in the continent, where a joint workshop was developed in Commissioner of Political Affairs, Peace and Security with the AU. Regarding the committee's regional caucuses activities, the President informed the House of various meetings and conferences attended by PAP. Additionally, the President also led a delegation to explore the energy potential of the country, among other opportunities, convincing the government on how it can contribute Africa's energy needs, one of the major problems in Africa. Now, in the quest to strengthen the parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation, the Pan-African Parliament hosted the ambassador of Saudi Arabia to South Africa, where an MOU was signed with the Shura Council of the Saudi Arabia, that is Parliament of Saudi Arabia. In addition, the Shura Council promised to support PAP with funding to modernize its ICT infrastructure. In the same vein, the Bureau of the PAP also visited the Shura Council of Qatar to strengthen cooperation and harmonize its position on the interests. Page 17. In conclusion, the President highlighted some key challenges facing the PAP Parliament that impede its ability to realize its full potential as a continental legislative body. These challenges include slow process of ratification, which I've mentioned earlier, and the low budget of the PAP. We go to page 19, where we have recommendations. One, recommendation on accelerating the implementation of the AFCTA, the strategic signal of the PAP. Two, recommendation on the labor migration of Africa. These are the recommendations which we're going to go through in a moment. And then also resolution, also summarized, that's a resolution on the climate policy, equity in Africa, a resolution on the development of model. Those are a summary of the resolutions. Now, Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I just want to touch on the resolution and the recommendations. And the first one we have is the resolution on climate policy and equity in Africa. Reaffirming commitment to the principle of the objective of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and acknowledging that Africa is one of the most vulnerable regions to adverse impacts of climate change, which threatens its socio-economic development, peace and security, human rights and dignity, and that and it is a region with special needs and circumstances under international climate law. We therefore resolve, 1, advocate to enhance ambition and action by all parties of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, especially the developed countries, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and limit global warming to 1.5% degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels in accordance with the best available science. We are also urging the developed countries to fulfill their obligations to provide adequate, predictable, and sustainable finance, technology transfer and capacity, etc., and undertake legislative and oversight actions to ensure effective implementation of national climate change policies and plans, as well as align with regional and continental frameworks such as Agenda 2063 and the Africa Greenhouse Stimulus Program. And if you go to the next page, you will see they are all listed. That is the thing. And the only one I would just want to mention is number 9, which mobilized all African parliamentarians to join us in this historic and moral duty to protect our continent and our people from existential threat of climate change in order to overcome this challenge and secure a prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable future for Africa. Then I move to the other resolution on climate policy and equity. Recalling the African Union Agenda 2063 aspiration, 1, which envisages a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, and Africa to speak a unity of purpose in advancing its position and interest on climate change, and which participate in global efforts for climate change mitigation that support and broaden the policy of space for sustainable development. Recalling also the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly goal number 13, which require member states to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact, reaffirming commitment to the principles and the objectives of the UNFCCC. We also therefore resolve and call on the global north to uphold the principles of climate justice and equity in tackling climate crisis. These principles recognize the countries have different historical contributions, capacities, and situations in relation to climate change. Take urgent and decisive action to deeply cut the greenhouse emissions and limit the global temperatures. If you continue, you will see the other pertinent issues that we actually have. But we also have the Pan-African Parliament and also regional legislative assemblies and the national parliaments. We are calling also the members of parliament across the continent to take legislative oversight measures to ensure that national climate policies and plans are effectively implemented and aligned with the regional and continental frameworks such as Agenda 23. So if you look at also, we have responsibilities as a parliament, that's also indicated. Also, we also remind the African Union and national governments in Africa also to support the group of negotiation, that's AGN, to push for global stocktake that is comprehensive, transparent, inclusive, participatory, and science-based, and consider all elements of the Paris Agreement, including the mitigation and adaptation, finance, technology, etc. So, this is at the back where we have the resolutions, at the back, all the way to the back. There's no page number for the resolutions. Then we continue on the resolutions. Also, the one we have here is the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs. Acknowledging the importance of traditional medicine, which constitutes the first source of healthcare for about 80% of the population in developing countries, according to many researchers. Mindful of the continent's abundant natural resources, which informed the declaration of 2 consecutive decades of traditional medicine from 2001 to 2020 by AU heads of state and government. We hereby resolve, 1, intensify parliamentary advocacy to establish a comprehensive legal framework for continental herbal trade and to promote the establishment or strengthening, where applicable, of national and regional research centers and the development of traditional medicine towards its integration in the African health system. Number 2, we also want to advocate for the allocation of adequate resources for the progressive realization of universal health coverage through sustainable health financing, and the list goes on. Then the other one we have is a resolution on the Pan-African Parliament support for the financial transaction tax on the climate action. This is also in collaboration with the European Union Parliament. So I'm moving on that one. Then we also have a draft resolution on the war in Sudan and the effects on the women and children. That one, I just go straight to the resolution. That is, the Pan-African Parliament hereby condemn in its strongest terms all forms of violence against women and calls on member states to provide financial and logistical support to the countries during this difficult time. Calls an immediate cessation of hostilities and the implementation of this escalation measures to restore peace and security within the country, encourages 2 warring factions, the Sudan Armed Forces SAF, and the Rapid Support Forces to engage in dialogue. Let me get some water. If you are following, I'm summarizing. If you are following. Then, if you continue, you see, we also want to congratulate the recent actions, the signing of the Jeddah Agreement, and the issues, actually, what we call for, continues on the following pages. Then we continue with the resolution on the promotion of peace and security in Africa, and also the recommendation on the climate policy and equity in Africa. Also, you will see that we have a series of recommendations that we've made along those lines, so which is also provided. Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm on page 20, was concluded on the 2nd of June 2023. The House considered and amended and adopted the reports, motions, resolutions, and recommendations of the session. His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Fortune Chorombira, declared the session closed. The delegation wishes to acknowledge and register our thanks and appreciation to the Office of the Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, and the August Assembly for the continuous confidence and trust bestowed on the membership of this delegation to serve in the noble Parliament, that is the Pan-African Parliament. Similarly, we would also like to recognize the efforts of the PAP for the usual protocol services received on arrival and departure, as well as transportation during the course of the session in Johannesburg. Finally, we want to thank the Gambian Embassy in South Africa for the support they have consistently given to the members of the PAP delegation during their time in Johannesburg. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Assembly consider and adopt this report. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Head of Delegation, for eloquent presentation. Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Sabak Sanjal. I think that's what you said. Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. In the same vein, permit me to take part in the debate. Can I continue? Yes. Having done so, let me in the first place thank the head of the delegation, the Gambian delegation, Pan-African Parliament, for ably presenting this report. Likewise, the entire membership for their input in the debate, and equally their representation and participation in the Pan-African Parliament. The report is a way of briefing the Parliament as what transpired in Pan-African Parliament, so that the National Assembly of the Gambia is duly informed of the proceedings of the Pan-African Parliament and all the resolutions, recommendations that have been adopted at the Parliament can be made available to the National Parliament. I think to have this report laid at this material moment cannot come without the effective work of the Secretary who accompanied the delegation. That's why it's always important all international delegations should be accompanied with secretaries to facilitate the report writing so that the reports can be laid in August Assembly in the soonest. And I thank the Secretary for the job well done. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations and resolutions that are embedded in this report, like any other international delegation, I think the Parliament should now endeavor to make this available to the relevant institutions so that they can form part of national domestications and also to be harmonized with our policies. It should not all end at the National Assembly, when such international delegation reports are laid, which has resolutions that are connected to our policy issues, and they are not available to sectoral institutions, so that our policies and these resolutions that are adopted can be harmonized and then aid in the domestication. The recommendations are made in salient areas that affect us nationally, and there are others that affect us regionally. However, maybe my copy is not provided with some of these resolutions. I don't know whether that was as a way of compilation. I did not have the resolution on the update report on the model law on cooperatives in Africa. Likewise, a resolution on accelerating the implementation of AFCTA, the strategic significance on PAP. For recommendations also, I don't have the copies of recommendation of the labor migration in Africa, recommendation on cybersecurity and cybercrime in Africa, and what I have for some of the resolutions are drafts, and I believe the copy that we should have should be the resolution, not actually the draft. Maybe this was the draft that was laid, and the secretary printed that. But what we should have should be the final resolution. And this affected resolution on climate policy and equity in Africa. The copy is the draft, and it's already adopted. And likewise, the resolution on current war in Sudan and its effects on women and children. The copy attached is the draft. For recommendation for an inclusive digital world, the copy attached is the draft. So this, it could be the one that were laid during the plenary, and then maybe that was what was copied and attached. Having made these observations, these resolutions and recommendations are very vital for enhancing the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And I believe if they are implemented, we will facilitate trying to attain the Pan-Africanism that we so desire. On that note, I recommend National Assembly endeavor to provide these resolutions and recommendations to the institutions that are concerned so that they can be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Gambian delegation to the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, Republic of South Africa from the 8th May to 2nd June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may now do so, beginning with the honorable member for Combo East. Honorable member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the head of the delegation and all members of the delegation of PAP. It's really applaudable for us as representatives of the people in the Gambia to also be informed of what is happening in the other end where they are delegated to represent. Honorable Speaker, one of the most important elements in the session that was just concluded is about the African continental free trading. This is one of the biggest challenge, so far African countries are facing, most of member countries of African Union. And I believe we can only be better Africans to be able to deal with free trading as countries and also continent as a whole. Honorable Speaker, looking at the report at page 7, members have deliberated various areas in which it could gear towards seeing an effective move in terms of free trading. I believe we will only be real Africans if your products can be transported freely without no hindrance. And I believe resolutions could also do better in that area. And also, they've talked about common languages. This is also core. We believe we are in the 21st century. To change the narratives, we use our African languages to do those trading. That will also help. Because today, wherever you go, we are borrowing languages that are not part of us. And when shall we continue this adage? When you look at some of these Southern African countries, they are doing good in using Swahili as a language. And I believe we could compromise to make sure we use a better language for our daily activities. If not, we will only be singing and drumming Africa, Africa, Unite Africa. It will not happen. Why should we be continuing using a foreign language in our affairs? Even in our trading, we use a foreign language. When shall we change? So I think these are resolutions that are very binding, and it's going to be very helpful. And we could also see a way forward in seeing a better Africa. Honorable Speaker, the other area also is also the consideration of the commemoration of African Day on the 25th of May. I think it's high time we Africans realize it. We will not be commemorating days when we are still not emancipated. Africa will now be setting calendars. Africa Day of this, African Liberation, African Days of XYZ. I think we have to be realistic in moving that agenda. We will only do so if we better prepare ourselves. This is where you cannot be celebrating a Day of Africa, when your fellow Africa is used to fight another Africa. You cannot celebrate that Day of Africa when your fellow Africa is depriving his fellow Africans to trade in his country or to transport that free trade in his country. So these are all issues that I think it is high time. And you can also encourage the Day of Africa when arms and ammunition are transported from one country to another to fight another country. And you can also do where bullying is being used by foreign powers of African resources to stage a plot in which an African will also be used to fight another African for the interests of those powers. So I believe days of celebration could merge, could be meaningful, could be attainable, and could also see that sense of direction that we are to celebrate a day, and the day must concur with that full meaning of us as Africans. If that doesn't, it means we are doomed as a continent. And also the other consideration, where I've also noted very well about the membership, Gambian members' contribution. I think Honorable Salif, it is a very important point, and I think I concur with this idea. All this circumambulance that is going on, if there is no legislative framework, we don't have powers to legislate. PAP will only be a ceremonial PAP. So if we want to make sure we use that effectiveness tool for proper scrutiny and proper implementation now, they must be guided. They must be given that powers. If they legislate and also countries adhere to signing treaties, that will also make sure it do the changes for that Africa. If not, we will only be, dreaming. And also, there is an area where a speaker congratulated our African heroes, Julius Nyerere and co. They were betrayed by Africans. They were sanctioned and terrorized by their own African people. They were also used and bullied by their own African in support of the West. I think we have to decolonize this mentality. They are in their graves. We are behind, and we are here seeing each other. And that same adage is still continuing. So we will only be giving them tag names, employing, they have did X, Y, Z. What is wrong with us? Why can't we be like them? So these are issues that I think we Africans, we are facing challenges. So I believe for it to be effectively as a powerful, legislative body, it has to be mandated. And we will be singing from changing Organization of African Union to AU now. And I know time will come, they'll also change the acronyms. We'll be changing these names if we are not realistic as Africans. The names will be changing without even making sure proper issues are put in place. So I believe we Africans, it is high time to protect our resources for the common good of Africans. It is high time to build a resilient security for the common good of Africans. It is high time also to support the youthful for the benefit of Africans. It is also high time for us to support the educative aspects. There is an area that they talk about the girl child, without which these are all issues that I think we will now be, we first say, I think the common interest now, Honorable Speaker, as Africa, we should be tired of reports. We want rigid implementation. We want to see the honest of what would we see in the next, what would we see in the coming years to see that progressive Africa. But we don't want to see an Africa where another African is preparing arm and ammunition to challenge or also to fight another African. We don't want to see an African where I can use my lorries to move from one country to another. I am brave to say I have to pay X, Y, Z, or they have to make sure they vet my issues. So these are issues that I think, we should be able to move away from those syndromes, in which we will only realize the Africanization. If not, I think sooner or later we'll even stop talking about Africa unity. The issues of one currency is history. The issue of a security force is history. We will not be in order. We will only be regulated by the foreign powers. And we, as representatives of the people, most of the Gambians, and I particular, I am not to be dictated by any foreign power. I believe in Africa, and I'll die for Africa, and I'll struggle to make sure we emancipate that African people in which they are facing challenges. Our resources are looted. We will not be able to at least prepare those grounds to make sure we fix our resources. A country that has a lot of resources is one of the poorest. So I believe the delegation did a great job, and their contributions are seen. And thank you, delegation members of the Gambian Parliament, for informing us what is happening at the other end. And I will end my quote here. Honorable Speaker, I am sorry for Africa, and I'm sorry for myself. It will only change that narrative if we are ready to unite. So changing from 3 letters to 2 letters, it is still a problem. And I know maybe we can beg the parliamentarians, let's work on Africa to see 1 letter. Maybe we will unite by that particular letter. I thank you.
I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Let me join colleagues to also thank the delegation through the head of the delegation for ably representing the Gambian Parliament and the Gambia as a country. And your contribution at the level of, at the regional level is not really hidden. And we are really proud of you. But there are issues that we definitely need to reiterate at the national level, particularly when you look at the recommendation the issue of peace and security. It's definitely very important that every parliament in the sub-region try to talk about it, because any politician could be a government, and the sovereignty of the citizens and the most democratic means of changing governments is through election. But it has become a norm and a culture in our continent that the democratically elected governments are constantly and consistently overthrown by the military. This is very scary, and we must respect and recognize the sovereignty of citizens. If you want to gauge the will of the citizens of any country, it's through ballot, it's through democratic election. And from those democratic elections, citizens express their opinions as to the leader that they want to lead them. And when that has been done in any African country, we have to reiterate that coups are not solutions to peace and stability. Coups are not solutions to misgovernance. Coups are not solutions to corruption. Coups are not solutions to ill governance systems that we have in Africa. I think we have a lot of attitudinal changes that we should always talk about, and we ensure that we, the rules, not only rulers, change our attitudes towards the way we celebrate our rulers. But we must continue to reiterate and stress that coups are not solutions to misgovernance, coups are not solutions to corruption, and we have to stand firmly and condemn it, either in this country or another country in the continent. So, but then, having said that, leaders must respect the wills of citizens. Leaders must respect the will of electorates. Leaders must stop misgovernance. Leaders must stop using public funds on things that are not on public interest. Some time ago, we had talked about here and said, when we say, some people will argue and say, there are a lot of peace in the Gambia. Let us not spoil the peace that we have. And I said, peace in development does not mean the mere absence of war or coup has not taken place. That's very peripheral. That's very low as far as peace is concerned in development context. In a country where you still put your pregnant woman on a cart to access health centers, there is no peace in that country. In a country where your people are still drinking on open well, there is no peace in that country. In a country where every traffic light junction you reach, bakers are more than 20 people, there is no peace in that country. In a country where children are escaping rape, there is no peace in that country. So peace does not necessarily mean the mere absence of war. And in a country where a civil service pay cannot buy 2 bags of rice in a month, there is no peace in that country. So I'm trying to look at peace in this context, and to ensure that we have peace in the sub-region, all these things must be put in context to ensure that citizens' standard of living are uplifted. Honorable Speaker, to give a little history, or let me say reference, like my colleague, honorable member, has talked about the dictate of Western powers. Here, just look at it. Honorable Speaker, on your permission. Honorable Speaker, our continent must be free. And to ensure that our continent is free, Pan-African Parliament must take a position and be reiterating and be talking about these things, and not just to put them on papers, but to implement them. France as a continent, France as a country rather, that colonized Niger, has a land size of 551,695 kilometers square. France as a continent, France as a country rather. And the Belgium as a country has a land size of 30,688,000 kilometers square. And Democratic Republic of Congo, which were colonized by Belgium, has a land size more than 2 million with huge resources embedded in those countries. Democratic Republic of Congo can go, Belgium can go into Democratic Republic of Congo numerous times. And we believe that this country called Democratic Republic of Congo is endowed with a lot of mineral resources, which was looted by these continents. And those people cannot come back and be using us as African and be fighting another African country. And we want to tolerate that. Niger as a continent, as a country, which was colonized by France, is more than 1 million square kilometers, and France is only 551,000 square kilometers. But we can only liberate Africa when we are not just talking about it in a level of sloganeering, but they have to be implemented. And the leaders have to respect the citizens in order for us to avert coups, in order for us to avert rise-ups in Africa. Honorable Speaker, on climate issues, they had stressed climate issues, and I think the Gambia, we are not bothered about it. We don't have shortage of laws to protect our environment, to ensure that we mitigate the climate change. And the impact of climate change on the lives and livelihood of the Gambians is very severe. Yesterday, I was going through a research that shows that annually, research shows that 11.3 million trees are lost every year. 11.3 million trees. And these are through deforestation, charcoal production. But we have legislations that were promulgated from this parliament to stop such practices. And they are still occurring. All of us, when we go to our provinces or when we go for treks and coming, and we are seeing charcoals. And there are legislation that bans this activity. And we will buy them and put in our vehicles. All of us, including government officials. And we have legislations that is saying, let's stop this. We make laws and we are not following those laws. Charcoal production, phone through LRR, everywhere, every community you go there, you find these charcoals there. What are we doing as legislators and custodians of those laws? Every now and then, people are transporting trucks full of firewood from our forest coming down to Combo here. Our wives are using firewood to cook. Some of these are live trees. Last time I was told that some of the Western traders of timber will use our own people, our own local people, to go into our bush and dig a hole on our big mahogany trees and put chemicals inside those holes, so that when trees die, they can claim that these are dead trees and they can give them license to cut them. Our own Gambian people are used to do this. Every year, crop failure upon crop failure. Shortage of rain upon shortage of rain. And we are not bothered about this. 75% of citizens of this country are farmers. The time has come that we look at issues as stakeholders, we look at issues as citizens, and ensure that we have a collective approach towards them. I am very much glad that in your recommendation you've talked explicitly about inclusion and participation. We cannot get development without including people who are direct beneficiaries of issues, who are directly contacting with issues that we're talking about here. Some of us are not farmers. But I think the time has come. We look at issues in a very constructive angle to ensure that we have an independent continent, to ensure that our country, in particular, climate change issues are definitely affecting the Gambia so much. When you get to constituencies like Kia West, Kiang Central, Kiang East, and some part of Nyamina. These are issues that are definitely affecting our agriculture and the production of agriculture. So therefore, we are every day complaining about fertilizers here, fertilizer. Go and buy and give 1,000 bags of fertilizer to every farmer. Still, we are going to have low production. Go and do that. Approve that for Minister of Agriculture. We are still going to face that. There are root cause of the issue that has to be addressed. Otherwise, we will be buying fertilizers year in, year out, and giving them new varieties of crops, and nothing will be productive. We have to address issues. We spend funds on bills. They come to this parliament, we promulgate them, and we give them institutions, and the custodians of those laws are not doing due diligence, are not doing what they're supposed to do. Go to forestry, Department of Forestry. What are they doing? Every day they are seeing those cattle production. Every day timbers are transported from one community to the other. What are they doing about it? What are we doing as parliament? Let's call them and put them to tax to ensure that those things stop. I think the time has come. Yesterday, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji has talked and said, it's not only the executive that can sanction a minister. It's Parliament also have the power. We are empowered by the law to do this. We are not going to do this, partisan simply. But let's do this constructively. If the executive could sit and say, the president could sit and say, so minister is not functioning to expectation. So I therefore relieve you from power. What's stopping the parliament to say, we make these laws and give you, and you are not doing what you're supposed to do? We therefore censor you. What's stopping us from doing that? So I think the time has come. We put the ministers to task who are giving documents, and they know what they're supposed to do, and they are not doing it. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
And I invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the representative that we sent to Pan-African Parliament for their wonderful job. And this is exactly what we expect from them. And they are truly doing a great job. Thank you for reporting back to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament is our parliament, and the parliament we own, and the parliament we have to defend, and the parliament we have to support. Concerns are raised here, and from the report we have seen very important things that they have raised. Among them, I want to start with adopting a common language for easy trade of transaction among African countries. This is important. Language is sensitive. Once you are able to communicate with an individual, you will definitely appreciate the individual, and the individual will be part of you. Common language. When the European powers came here first, they brought in their languages. And through language, we are divided. So much so that Gambia cannot be Senegal and Senegal cannot be Gambia because of the language barrier. If you go to a country and you can't speak their language, you become a foreigner. That is one of the most important things that we should look into. How can we come up with one common language? We are speaking foreign language that does not actually belong to us. But it will be important for us to speak a common language as Africans, wherein we will be appreciated, wherein we can trade freely. So this is where the thinking starts. And this is where we should start as a continent. Once we are able to have that common language, then the unity of Africa that we want, we'll be able to achieve it. Then we will be able to trade within African countries successfully. But then now, we need to start from somewhere else. I am happy with the fact that the Pan-African Parliament was able to spot this thing out. And it is of importance. Now, once we are able to develop that, then we will be able to have the currency. In the absence of the currency, trade still becomes difficult within African countries. And our countries, the currency that we have in our countries are of no value compared to the euro and the dollar and the pound sterling. Where can you use the dollars in the world? Where? Where can you use the naira in the world? Where? So it is a matter of time that we come together as Africans. We develop one currency that will ease trade among African countries. A currency that will be powerful, as equal to the dollar, to the pound, and to the euro. Africa should start thinking. But interference is not leaving us, even when we try as much as we want. And some of you may think that the leaders have not done enough. The leaders have done enough. They have tried. Where is Colonel Gaddafi? He was killed in the struggle to liberate Africa. Thomas Sankara was killed in the struggle to liberate Africa. We talk about our own, Yahya Jammeh, trying to liberate Africa. This scammers flush him out. This is the reality of Africa. And now, Paul Kagame also trying to unite Africa, to have one common currency that we will use for trade. But also they have started accusing him, because he's aware that if I am trying to protect the resources of Africa, if I am trying to defend Africa, then they will accuse me of becoming a dictator. Now Paul Kagame is also accused of being a dictator. That is the country that we are in, and accused of overstay. That is the country and the continent where we found ourselves in. The borders, Kwame Nkrumah said clearly. He said, if Ghana is independent and other African countries are not independent, then the independence of Ghana is still meaningless. It's still meaningless. The borders, and even in this country, that is the Gambia, we are classifying people as foreigners. I asked one Senegalese, I asked him, is Gambia a good country? Do you like the people of the country? He said, Gambians are very good, but the only problem is, everybody that comes, they classify you as a foreigner. They call us foreigners. Now, the borders, these borders are artificial borders. These borders were brought by the colonial masters. We are still respecting colonialism, and colonialism is still in our blood for the fact that we are respecting these borders. Senegalese are not Gambians, Gambians are not Senegalese. Guineans are not Gambians, and Gambians are not Guineans. That is the problem that we are faced with. Until and unless we appreciate our people, then we will have no value or regard for these borders. For within European powers, they can move freely in terms of trade, human movement, and everything. But in Africa, if another individual comes to the Gambia, you will be labeled as a foreigner. That is the problem that we face. Africa needs to recognize itself and recognize its people as a start. The commemoration of African Day on the 25th is important that we commemorate it. That is, today, at least, we are not 100% independent, but 75% independent. For we have representative of the West in our midst. So, in celebrating this day, or in commemorating this day, it will be important, like the man said, we remember those that died for Africa, those that were locked for Africa, and those that were imprisoned for Africa. For what did they go to jail for? They went to jail because of Africa. For why were they killed? They were killed because of Africa. Because of the independence that we have today. They wanted us to be liberated. They wanted us to have our parliament like we do. But then, we cannot talk about only these people. We must remember our own. Like Edward Francis Small. He said, no taxation without proper representation. Here we are today, seated as members of the National Assembly. Then at the time, they don't have that representation. Because of what they fought for, because of what they died for, that's what we are enjoying today. And it will be good for us to remember Edward Francis Small and so on and so forth, those that struggle for the liberation of our country, the Gambia, and Africa at large. Africa as a continent, the thinking continues. Talk about climate change. Climate change is sensitive and very important. And us, the National Assembly members, climate change is caused by many factors. Among those factors is cutting down of trees. And in the Gambia, cutting down trees is not an offense. Westfield, where we all do pass, you saw trees that are cut on the highway. Some of you that were in China, you saw in China, it's a crime for you to cut down a tree. But here, our mahogany trees are cut and exported to China. I don't know, is that why the Gambia have that good relationship with China? This must be said. And even if nobody is to support it, I'll say it. In China, I have not seen anywhere where they are cutting their trees. But they cut all the trees from Africa. Why will we not suffer from climate change? All the trees, all the timbers that we are exporting to China is cut from Africa. That is the sad part of it. Go to Nyambai Forest some time back. Bush burning is not a crime in this country. Everybody, if you want, you can burn the bush anyhow you feel like. And they cut down those maligners. And everybody is muted over those realities. Why will we not be affected by climate change? Members for Kiang West have definitely deliberated on this matter. But I don't want to go far, but what is happening, what we are seeing, that's what I am talking about. The day that I saw those trees cut at this place, Westfield, I was shocked and asked myself, who must this person be? Who must give these orders? This is very, very bad. And it was a concern that was raised. They said the resolution on the promotion of peace and security in Africa. Thank you. Member for Kiang West. Coup is not the solution. But if African leaders are blinded over the realities, if African leaders are corrupt, if African leaders continue to loot the resources, then coup becomes the solution. Then coup becomes the solution. Who will tell me that coup is not the solution? Al-Colonel Gaddafi came through coup d'etat and he developed Libya to the standard that is required. Who will tell us that coup is not the solution? Why are we hailing Thomas Sankara up to date? We appreciate them and we value them and we will defend them. It is our responsibility to defend our countries. And if the democratic elected people are puppets of the West, we will defend our country.
Honourable Speaker, can I observe, please?
Resolution on peace and security, I am still talking about. Peace is important. And as much as we want peace in Africa, we must tell our leaders the reality and our leaders must act in accordance with the laws of the land. And they must not be the puppet of the West. I thank you all for your kind attention.
I now invite the Honorable nominated member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I must join my colleague to commend the member of PAP delegation through the head of delegation and also start my submission in page 13 through the solidarity message by Patrick Lumumba. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Representative Patrick Lumumba start by saying that Africa, if he would raise PAP is below standard, and this is quite true. The reason why I say so, I was a former member of PAP, an institution that represents the whole of Africa and African representative. But PAP is seriously dominated by Francophone countries, and sometimes the selection of membership and even the presidency was not done in rotation base. This is why since 2024 up to date, PAP cannot move from where they are. Honorable Speaker, on the other point, I listened to the recommendation. I didn't have anything raised about persons with disability. I think that one also should be captured in the recommendation. And also, in the recommendation, I haven't heard about anything regarding African products. Foreign nationals can come to Africa, eat our fruits, whatever, without looking for processing. But if you want to take it out of Africa, they may ask you to process it. And I think PAP needs to seriously look at this thing. Also, Honorable Speaker, going through the commemoration of African Days, the submission by the solidarity message by the Dean of the Dean gave a brief history. The solidarity message by the Dean, which he highlighted great African leaders like Thomas Sankara, Patrick Lumumba, and among others, and what they are remembered for, Honorable Speaker. I think we all know how these people struggle to liberate Africa. Yes, one may struggle to liberate your country through your hard-earned sweat without using a gun. And I believe most of these guns also were not manufactured in Africa, but rather they were sent to Africa to destroy Africa. And I see some of these people stand to defend Africa without using those guns, Honorable Speaker, and I think they need to be commended. Going by the submission by members also, they made a great contribution, but I think one needs to measure your words when you are in the floor of this assembly. Yes, one may say anything that you may not be accounted for, but one may not say that there should be a coup if African leaders continue to overstay in power. One may not have any justification for coup. Gambia have learned a lot for the past 22 years. We know what coup brought to us. If we see a coup in any country, I think we should all raise concern, sympathize with them, and see we should say no to coup. And as African representative, we should not even speak about coup. Africa should be too civil to be speaking about coup. This rampant coup d'etat or military junta that were happening in neighboring countries is not helpful, as alluded by the member for Kiang West. Honorable Speaker, for me, I always say that what we went through in the Gambia here, if any military intervention, I don't have a military background, I am vulnerable. But in any day, a military come up to overtake, whether it's this government or any other government, I will rise up against it to say, we don't need them. How it started, they kill each other first. The military kill each other before they turn to the civilians. So I think anybody who is with a sound mind that will not sit here and say that there should be a coup. I rather prefer being in a government that is corrupt, wanted to stay in power, than pushing for a military government. Because they only know a gun, beating, killing, assassination, among others. And I think in this country here for the past 22 years, whether you are a direct victim or indirect victim, whether your family member is affected, your neighbor is affected, or your colleague is affected. So I think, with regards to whatever objection you may have with the government, but you should not justify that coup is the solution. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
What point of order are you raising? Somebody asked for a floor and you rejected the person. You have to wait. I'm not giving you the floor.
Honorable members.
Member for Fonyi.
Honorable members. Somebody is shouting point of order. Who is member for?
Fonyi Bintang Kabana.
Member for? Fonyi Bintang. You rise into a point of order. Am I right? Yeah, can we hear the point of order?
Point of order 29. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. The honorable member is discussing about coup, and coup is not the topic under discussion.
Honorable member, your point of order is not sustained. Honorable member, nominated member,
thank you very much.
Can you continue, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must say that I must thank you for that ruling, and I must commend all honorable members who took the floor, but I'm calling on the member for Fonyi to apologize to the whole House, or else he go and apologize to his constituency by raising that there should be a justification for coup. Thank you.
I now invite the honorable member for Jeswang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to thank the honorable member for who led the delegation to South Africa with his team for a job well done and also their contributions towards the sitting there in South Africa. Thank you very much and keep it up. Honorable Speaker, I think I have a few points to talk about. First, I will start with the resolution that were passed during the session. And one of them is something that I'm interested in. That is about the herbal treatment that they talk about. How can Africa come together and at least have an African Union herbal trade network that can facilitate exchange of information with other information resources and then products among Africans. Yes, it's good to come up with resolutions. Yes, it's good to discuss as a team. But to implement it also is very important. And it's also good that we refer ourselves to what has happened during the past. During the COVID-19, an African country came up with a solution to COVID. Was there any support from other African countries? When this guy came up with that, we have a solution to COVID. We have a herbal medicine that we can use to solve the problem of COVID. No. We said no to it and then see that the West was the solution. If you want to bring this thing on board, I think it is important that we stand as African and respect what we have and please see what we have as a solution to our problems. But if we don't want to use it as our solution, it will never happen. If we say we want to go into for herbal medicine, yes, it's good we know the dosage. Yes, it's good we know the reason why we are using it. But after knowing that, there has to be no restriction. But it is in these African countries that you come with your ideas, with all what you have, and then you are being remote controlled by the West. It's not possible. We have to do ABC, and the medicine that they are sending to us is what? It's coming through what? It's coming through herbs. But we qualify what they are giving us and disqualify what we have. We have good people in this country, in Africa, who know herbs very well, who can give you a medicine that can take care of your problem. I think Pan-African Parliament should work on that and then work on this, this resolution, number 3, to make it happen. And when it happens, please, let's put a barrier so that the West cannot come and start dictating us. Honorable Speaker, I think we should stop the blame game. We always try to blame each other. We always try to blame the West. Let's blame ourselves as Africans. The problem is us. If Honorable Tumanya is very good and doing well, he's ready to control the people of Banjul North, ready to control the people of our constituency. Somebody else will be from there in Europe who will be paid to come and start doing A, B, C, and to bring everything that she was doing good. Let's change our attitude and believe in ourselves. Africa can be where it wants to be. Where are the good people that they mentioned? The Kwame Nkrumahs, the Patrick Lumumbas, who earned their government. They were earned by Africans, their own people. I was watching a film of Patrick Lumumba. His own people tie him up. Tie him in a very, very bad situation. And then force him to eat what? Flower. A leaf of a tree, and then force him to eat it. An African doing that. To your own African brother. Who was not using gun to liberate you, but only his mouth and his knowledge. To want us to come together as a team, you say no. Because the West is there remote controlling you. It's very sad. When we have the good people of Africa, let's make good use of them. Let's give them the opportunity. They can do it. We are not stupid, we are intelligent. We are intelligent people in this continent who can change the nature of this continent. But if you don't want to listen to them, you want to listen to the West, it will never happen. Honorable Speaker, coming to the raw material that we have in Africa, we have our own raw material. But after having it there, where is it going to? They come here, they buy it at a cheap price, take it to Europe, and then send it back to us as African at a very expensive price. Pan-African Parliament, I think I will advise you, if you are there, our raw material in Africa should be manufactured in Africa. It should be our African product. Before taking it out, give us factories that can manufacture that raw material. Let it be ours. Let's sell it here. But what little we have, we send it to China, send it to Europe. Next minute they bring it back to us and sell it at expensive prices. Let's preserve our raw materials and make it ours. Honorable Speaker, I think, coming on to the language issue, let's start with our own country as Gambia. We want to have an African language. How about Gambia? If the Jola bands come to my compound and speak Jola to me, I say, Naniwa Chola, I cannot speak Jola. If the Syrian man goes to Kia or to Jara and speaks Syrian to a Jaranka, I cannot speak Syrian. Mamoy. Degumoko. When are we going to be there to learn each other's language? Should it be a force for us to learn each other's language before talking about African language? We have different languages in this country, but few can speak only 3 or 4. There are areas that you go, only one language is what they can speak, only a single language. So now when you call for an African language, it's going to be difficult. When we didn't start it from home. Yes, we want an African language, but we should start from home. Honorable Speaker, yes, we celebrate African Day. It's a public holiday in the Gambia. But in the Gambia, do we celebrate our good people? Do we celebrate our good people? They did a lot. Before 65, they were fighting. What were they fighting for? Are we telling our kids the reason why they were fighting? We celebrate. Are there platforms that we discuss about our own people? Not only about African people, our own Gambian people, that we are doing very, very good. The only part that our young people know now is about Kunta Kinte. And what are they learning about Kunta Kinte? The way he was taken from Africa to America. Slavery. That's not what they all want to know. If you go to that's what is there. They need to know what the good things that they were doing. How were they fighting it? They were not using gun. They were fighting to repent. They were using their own ideas to see how they can restore Gambia. It is important for us to also to teach that to our kids, to know our good people, we are doing this good job. Let's help them. But no, we sit at home. It's a public holiday. That's the end. What are we celebrating? What are we celebrating as African? We call it African Liberation Day. Are we liberated? Big question. No. You have a good leader doing very, very well. Next minute, he's no more there. We are saying no to coup d'etats. But let's come together and unite as a team. Unite as Africans and put Africa to where it should be. We have all what it takes to take Africa there. Today is African time. I always say it. I said it in Belgium. It's African time. They are all coming here. The Europeans, the Chinese are coming to Africa. They don't know what they are coming for. It belongs to us. It's ours. They are coming here for our products. They will use us, take our products, and then go. Next minute we go to China and then buy it there and bring it to the Gambia. Let's ask ourselves, what are they coming here for? Why are they interested in Africa? Why? Why are they interested in Africa? That is a proverb they use. If you go to Rome, do as the Romans do. But if you come to Africa, do as the Europeans do. That's my own. I always think about it. They will come in the Gambia here. They will tell you what to wear, how to wear it. They will force you to eat something you want to eat. Let's do it with the way we want to do it, but not the way they want us to do it. The Pan-African Parliament, we have a long way to go. Because everyone wants to call us I'm Pan-African. I am Pan-African. But is that happening? The Jola will say that they are Pan-African and they are still eating with spoon. We went to China, I told them. They give us fork and knife, they're using their hands. Why is the Pan-African in us? It's not there. When we use our hands and eat. And then we are Pan-African. It's what we believe in. But we don't believe in what we are saying. Let's ask ourselves these questions. Let's fight for a cause. Let's stand together and say that Africa is united. It's going to be difficult. It will be difficult to unite Africa. But the boundaries, if you go to Senegal, there is a border. Even in the Gambia here, Ojoso and Kanifing State, there is a boundary. What are we fighting every day? Our land. We are still fighting among ourselves. This is my area, this is my area. If we cannot solve the problem here in the Gambia, how can we solve the problem of border in other countries? It's going to be difficult. If we still have boundaries where we stop here in our own countries, then we want to have that open market. We have a long way to go. Once again, the Pan-African Parliament, I thank you for your contribution. And then please let's push together and stop the war. War can only be stopped when we change our mindset. There are many wars in Africa, but it comes from where? If you want to stop rebellion, let's ask this question. If the rebels are more armed than the government itself, if the rebels are more armed than our own soldiers, how can they stop war? Where are these weapons coming from? Who are giving them these weapons? Who are giving them the weapons? You want to stop it. And yet still, your own Gambian soldiers are not armed as rebels. Who will dare to stop? Very important we change our mindset and then move Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Honourable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me begin by thanking the head of the delegation of PAP and the entire Gambian delegation to PAP. We are proud of you. We feel we are well represented at the Pan-African Parliament. And also the head of delegation and a member of the delegation. I watched you on TV the last time, which is a very important move because it's not each and everyone have the opportunity to come to the chambers or to follow on you on your social medias and the like, but they will have the opportunity to watch you on our national TV. Keep up that good work. Without wasting much time, I want to go to page 5. In his keynote address, His Excellency Azali Assoumani, the President of the Union of Comoros Island and current chairperson of the African Union, encouraged the PAP as the people representative to intensify efforts in the promotion of democratic values, integration, economic development, peace and stability in the continent. This is very important. We are receiving very good documents from you, well written, but also we want the implementations. I believe so many signings and approvals have been made, but there are implementations that are lacking. So you have to push up for the implementation to happen. It is only when we endeavor on free trade within Africa that we can move from where we are. But also, I will say, in the part of Africa, it is, we need to change our attitudes. We need attitudinal change. It is on record, we have at least the biggest natural resources in the whole world. But we are the poorest continent in the whole world. That is very funny and then confusing sometimes. Why? It is within ourselves. Now when you scroll 2 minutes in social media, you see people of the Gambia destroying the image of the country. We are discouraging investors, which is very bad for us. We are discouraging investors. We have foreigners who want to come and invest in our country. But if we are saying bad thing, giving a bad image, a bad record for your country, are you encouraging people to come and build in your country, to come and invest in your country? They will not come. They will never come. And then we are talking about this every day, trying to tarnish the image of this country, and we will never relocate. We will never leave the Gambia to go and stay in another country. Let's change our attitudes. It can never be. This is why we are poor, the poorest country with the biggest natural resources. We need to ask ourselves. We were in China. I think now 80% of the parliament went to China. We have seen them. Do you want to tell me they don't have any bad things in their country? But they will never tell you. They only tell you the good thing about their country. That is nationalism. You have to be a patriotic. You have to like your country. Don't spoil the image of your country. We have this country. This is our heaven. It is called the smiling coast of Africa. That name have gone all over. But if we are standing today, wherever, especially people representatives, we need to sell the image of this country to the whole world for people to come and create job opportunities for our youths, our women, everybody to enjoy free and comfortable and peace in this country. But if we represent the people, we never want to sell this country, the good image of this country. Where are we? Are we representing the people, or are we representing ourselves, our own pockets, or a section of the people? Is that correct? That's not correct. Sometimes we say Africa, and then let me tell you, other countries are moving, leaving us behind. They have awake now. They are from their slumber. They were sleeping. We are all sleeping. Let's not do that. No matter what it takes, you are from the Gambia. You are a Gambian. Your families, they are Gambian. Is where here we have. We are talking of people being deported from Europe, coming to here. If they have what they are looking for, they will not leave this country. If they have the opportunities to feed themselves, feed their families, build their futures, they will never leave this country. But they are doing it. They are seeing people are dying in this ozone river every day. They still want to go because they are not comfortable. But how can they be comfortable? It is our responsibility to make them comfortable. It is our responsibility to see them comfortable as citizens of this country. But we are discouraging people who want to come and invest in this country. I engage a lot of people. They said, here is no more peaceful. Why? They are seeing a lot of bad things about this country. It's not safe. This country, people are dying. My brother, I said we are in China. We only receive the good image of them. They will never tell us their bad image. And there is plenty there. In North Korea, you don't even use this media there. You don't. They will not allow you. But now people can sleep, eat until your stomach is full. You talk the whole day, nobody will point you finger. You go and sleep, even to wake up at Fajr prayer, you will not wake up. You get up, you talk anything that you want to say about this Gambia. And nothing will happen to you. Sometimes I think it is not good. Me, if I'm a leader, I will not take that. I will never take that. We have to be very honest to ourselves. Not to get up and just say whatever you want to say because nobody can put a hand on you. Why? Where are our laws? We have laws. My brothers and sisters, we have this country. This is our heaven. Let's sell the good image of this country and stop spoiling the image of this country. We are making our investors to run away. Look at Senegal now. They have foreign direct investment all over. What do we have in the country? Nothing, because of what they are hearing about the Gambia. And it is people on authority, the representative of the people that are entrusted. Sometimes I'm confused how people behave. It's not correct. Let's try to convince people to bring development in this country, projects in this country, factories in this country, so that our youths and women, everybody will have something to earn in your pocket. If you go again, as he says, the destiny of Africa lies in our collective hands. We should embrace good governance, regional integration to promote trade, free movement of people, and investment. This is written, but is it happening? Is it happening? It should happen. Let the implementation go. If the document is nice, push them for them to implement. From here to Senegal, we should be trading good. Look at China now. They can use their RMB to buy natural gas from Russia. RMB to buy natural gas from Saudi. Our own dalasi, even in Senegal, is nothing. It's not accepted. And we say free trade, free movement of goods. Our own dalasi is only in the Gambia. If you have to go to Senegal now, you have to go and change SEPA. It's terrible. That's serious. Do you want to live like that? As an African brothers and sisters, we should help in each other. We should empower each other. If you do that, we will not go to Europe. But your dalasi can only stay in the Gambia. And we say free trade. Look at the wave transfer. When we are in Senegal, you cannot send it to Gambia. Why? These are something that you need to discuss within your partners. If you are in Senegal today, you want to send wave, you cannot send it. Then something is fishy there. There is somebody who's enjoying and the other one is not enjoying. Somebody is benefiting and the other one is not benefiting. It's crazy sometimes. When documents are written, let's also make, these are authorities, we are representing governments. When we discuss, let's tell them that implement this. This thing needs to be implemented. But let's not just sign and leave it there. The implementation should be there. If we have free trade from Gambia to only Gambia to Senegal, I'm not talking all of Africa. If it happens to all of Africa, Gambia will move where we are today. But also, as I said, I still go back to our attitudes. All this is not happening because of our attitudes. We are only after our pockets or particular section, not the entire citizen, the people of the country. It's sad. Honorable Speaker, I also want to go to where Honorable Shaibu Toure talked about the war in Sudan. Look at the war in Sudan. I don't believe on what I see on social media, but they are saying the RSF and the military, there's another president supporting these people, the other president is supporting these people. What is that? As a president of another country, people are fighting. You are supporting this faction. The other president is supporting this faction. Do you want that war to end? You are encouraging war. Before supporting them in financially or weapons, try to make them sit and address the situation. There is nothing that a war can regulate. War will only endanger everything. So I believe Pan-African Parliament, with all stakeholders, you should try to talk to these people and then end the war in Sudan, as Suwaibu said. Like he said in his contribution on the ongoing conflict in Sudan, Honorable Suwaibu Toure, member for Wuli, is opined that one of the best solutions to resolve the conflict in Sudan could be the option for coherent strategy in order to silence the guns through ceasefire agreement to restore normalcy in the country. This is very correct. I applaud you for that, Honorable Suwaibu. Now we are looking at these people are fighting. And we said African Union or whatever union we are talking of. We are watching them killing each other. Youths are running away. People have been killed every day. We look at this thing until when? Do you want to tell me there is nobody who can stop that war? We can stop it. But each and everyone have an interest. You are only going for your interest, which is very bad. Sometimes we need to change our attitudes. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then may I also seize this opportunity to thank the delegation for a very good job done. Well, if I say your job is perfect, maybe some will tell me that there is no perfection. So let me use the word very good. You've done a very good job. And Africa, they will start calling or singing, Africa, let's unite. But the problem of Africa is Africans themselves. As I always say, we don't believe in ourselves. And then I will not go even far. Even here where we are, accepting and believing each other is a problem. You don't accept me, why? Because I belong to a different political party. You don't accept me, why? Because I supported one that you don't support. How can we work together? And then let me move to Senegal. When we talk about trade, I don't want to just waste time. Because trade here, we look at trade, we cannot even integrate. And then they will tell you that Senegal and Gambia, we are one. The same people that we have in Gambia are the same people that we have in Senegal. 2 months back, I went to Sigensor, I was coming back. Just to buy the kaba fruit, I was left with the dalasi. I cannot spend the dalasi and I cannot get the kaba. They won't accept it. Just Senegal here, a few kilometers away. And then every time we will go for conferences, workshops, come up with very good reports. But implementation is the problem. Just as always we are preparing reports, bills are coming to this National Assembly, we are approving them, but at the end there's no implementation. It's just about voting for them and then going back and then we wait. It's like the failure of Africa is about who are the people responsible. These are the intellectuals. Speak good English, then you are very competent and very smart. Write good English, you are very competent and very smart. But not judging you by the decisions or the work that you do. For me, that's what it's all about. It's not about the academic knowledge, because the academic knowledge is just testing you on what you have been studying for the past years or past months, and they try to examine you whether you understand that one. Trade here, you go to Senegal, look at now our economy. We are under suppression. Our drivers, for example, cannot go into Dakar or Senegal. They will have a limit where to stop. Senegalese drivers can come here anyhow they like. And then still we are saying we are one, we are united. And then we will be calling for no coup d'etats. Again, the transport union of a country is even stronger than the government itself. Because when such problems happen, when you channel the government or you consult the government, they will tell you that it's the transport union, we don't have power over that. Which means our policies and practices are dictated by the Western ideology. That's why Africa is not moving. Anytime we have those who are standing against those Western ideologies are the ones we will call dictators. And they will help the West to remove them. And they will start moving backwards. Poverty starts growing up. Like at the moment we are talking about, we are saying that we are against military coups. None of us would even support military coups. Even the person who is leading the coup d'etat, take the gun from him and point the gun to him. And you see whether he will not urinate. That's the time you know that even the person leading the coup d'etat is not in for the coup d'etat. But why is he picking up a gun? Why is he getting that support to go and overthrow a government? You give me a gun to look after you when you cannot even give me food, when you cannot even give me, maybe give me my living needs. The people who vote us into power, they're going hungry. Like at the moment, we drive in Prados and we're going everywhere. When their own children cannot even go to the nursery school. But we still go against it. No one will ever support the coup d'etats. Like Senegal here, you look at what is happening, like when I say that the protection of natural resources, we're talking about climate change. It is okay when the youths have been shot down and killed at the borders to protect a natural resource, a foreign country. And then a government can come out and claim that whether they are not citizens or they should not even be there when we are not in war. So it is okay. None of us here will go and do charcoal burning. None of us will go and do firewood selling. It's only circumstances that force us to engage into such practices. When there is no employment, people will go in for certain things that is not their interest. They are forced because of circumstances. You look at equality. You look at even governments. Like, I'm not going too far. I'll just stop at Senegal here. Problems were happening between the opposition and the government. We have seen where it started. First, it was a rape case. Later, it moved to something different. And then the government, because we are good friends, we are silenced. Government will again, or our intellectuals will come out to say that, no, for Senegal, let us not put our mouth there. But 2017, Senegal media houses, human rights activists, everyone you know in Senegal, Gambia's problem was their problem. But for us, we cannot get into Senegal to settle their problems. It is wrong because we will not talk. How do we Africans work together if there is no equality about in the eyes of the law? In the eyes of what we say we want to be, we don't believe in ourselves. Because it is happening there, you won't talk. Now, a lot of people in Senegal, as I speak to you, are in jail. A lot were killed. What happened? No condemnation from this government. But when the president said that he is not bidding for third term, he is a Democrat. We can now congratulate. What hypocrisy is that? What are we talking about? We are talking about equality when, even like we said here, our own drivers, our own transport driver cannot even drive to Senegal. We are stopped there. There is also a limit. The number of cars that will come into Gambia can come in numbers, day, night, morning, every time you think of. No one stopped them. We are talking about we are still the same. Those who talk against those things are the dictators or are the supporters of the dictators. And every day we go to seminars, workshops, conferences, come up with good reports for the way forward for Africa. We would never. It is only collecting per diems, putting on our these neckties because that's what we are dictated to do. And then we come back and then benefit our own family. We have to try to address the main causes. We have to believe in ourselves, like others are saying here. Like if I go to Senegal, I cannot speak French. They will not value me. Imagine someone who comes to a home. He cannot even speak to you. You don't understand him. How do you rate him? You rate him as an ignorant person. The same thing if we are also going by a language that we don't understand. Like here, today if I start even speaking here wrong English, they're going to use that one to judge me. Whether I'm competent or I'm not competent. Not what I say or what I do. Not you understanding me. The committee or the delegation, you have done a very good job. But I always say our problem is acting and then holding people accountable. Now, those people who violate this, like what we are saying here about trade, my people are stood at the border. Should that happen? We are talking about that should not happen. Would we take that to the international law for killing our own people because of they are there to fetch firewood, they are there to look after animals, because they are there to be judged as rebels? Is there any law that permits anyone to shoot anyone who is not armed? Whether it is an international law, domestic law, but we all remain silent. Here the problem is, as long as it does not affect you, you are not bothered. When it affects you, it bothers you. Africa, we must see that we are one. Like if I go to Fonyi here, I move to Kasama. Those people from there, even my ancestors, they are from even Kasamas. It was just based on the demarcation. And then these people have done it, the Western people have done it in a way that we would never unite. Why? Look at Gambia, colonized by the English. Move to Senegal, French. Move to Guinea-Bissau, Portuguese. So who will? Now, if today they say that now we're going to make French as an official language, Gambia will say no because we speak English. So we're going to stand against no. So we'll never unite. And then, yes, we talk about Nelson Mandela. The whole world, the Western people, all will tell you he's the best leader. But what makes him a best leader? He was able to forgive and then move. He was able to bring equality within his government. Even our own government, are we accepting each other? Even here at the National Assembly. Some of us here hate others because of why they served the previous government. Is it happening here within our own here? But Nelson Mandela, when he came, why everyone praised him? The West thought that he will be after them, jailing them and killing them like what they have been doing. But Nelson Mandela told them, no, look, we have to learn to forgive. It has to be one government. It does not matter which color you are. It does not matter which party you belong to. Let's come and work together. And then, because he did not make any revenge against the Western people who put that pressure on him, who put that harm on him, 27 years in jail, almost all his entire life, 3/4 of it was all spent in prison. So that's why, because he did not go back to harm them, he was respected. And then because we believe in the Western people than us, because they call him the Democrat, now they give him as an example, we will all jump to celebrate because we will clap. Because they don't go against him. But anyone the West is against, we are against. And we're still calling about the unity of Africa. It's going to be difficult for us to unite as long as even us here, we cannot accept each other. For me, belonging to any political party, for me, is just a belief on an ideology of a political party. If you believe on it, you are free to support any political party. Because it is about the country, it's not about me, it's not about my family. It is about the way forward. Mistake may be done. We have to accept. That's why they say there is no perfection. No one is perfect. So, Senegal, I think the delegation to ECOWAS, I think we have to start working on Senegal. If we are even able to spend $1 in Dakar, then we know that this is going to work. But if I'm not even able to spend just $10, just at the borders there, they tell you that no, you say buga, and then we are talking about, yes, our drivers, they go there. The Transport Union of Senegal is more stronger than their government. They can dictate the government what they're supposed to do and stop them. And then they come back. But for them, when they come here, none of our police officers would even stop them. And we still believe that, yes, that's the way forward. And still you say that, no coup d'etat. I don't support coup d'etat because even if it happened today, unless they block that road, if not me, I'll be going to up to Casamas. So no one is going to support what is happening. But our people cannot continue in suppressing them. They cannot continue going hungry. And especially the people who are armed, who are looking after us, we cannot continue to be neglecting them. This is what is happening in African countries. They are resources. They are human beings. They are from our families. They are our people. They die like we die. They also fear. The only thing that makes them brave is the gun that they hold. Take the gun out from them and see whether they're going to be brave people. We have to create jobs. But now you are given the opportunity to sit there. The first thing you think of is the well-being of your family. Some people are criticizing me. Yes, now he is this and this, but even his home, he did not build a good house. Now they are telling me that, okay, being a honorable member now, my house should now look different than the people who put me in power. This is how people are even forcing you to do. They force us. They will try to when all of us here has honorable members. What we're doing for the community, I'm able to defend on the Prado. I accept their opinions. They call me every name. The other day we are driving. Someone has to come near to say, Banko Landongo. He feel it. And I told him, thank you. What would I say? The other small. I say, thank you. That's how you understand it. You see, a rainbow is beautiful because of why? It has many colors. Diversity is something else. And then you have to accept even those who think different the way you think. That's how I am. It's not when you think different about me, you are my enemy. That's how you judge me. But I am who I am. You cannot take that from me. So I'll thank the delegation. Whatever we say here, ECOWAS, as I speak to you, is all ready. Whether I say a different, I don't know which word to use. Because now we are seeing the problems within the sub-region, this military coup. ECOWAS cannot take this one. Why? Because when it started, there is no equality in the resolutions. Keep mute about the other one. Try to take action on the other one. When we say they are all Africa. This is how it is going. Now, who are you going to stop? You go there, the other guys, other governments are defending him. Other governments are defending. Now it's fight. All options on the table now. Africa, what it knows is dialogue. That's what Africa is used to. Before, in my culture, if my brother makes a ruling, there is no way I go against that ruling. Even before, when we go to the farm, I found that with my fathers. We will have a farm that all of us will join. After the harvest, everything that we have, the oldest person within the family will keep it. And he will be the one, no matter how many women are in that family. The one who's supposed to cook will be the one collecting that fish money from the old man. But now, mine is in my pocket, my brother's is in his pocket. If my brother cannot give fish money to his brother, that's his problem. And then you expect me to live peace with my brother in the compound? It's not going to happen. Africa, we must fight to protect our resources. We must see that we are one. We must see that wherever you move is your own home, like what the EU is doing. Only what you need is the identity. Your passport, you can travel anywhere in the EU. But look at even our youth who are trying to migrate to the West. At Tunisia, what happened to them? They were crying and even calling for help, that we should help them to come out. Tunisia is where? It's Africa. So our problem is our problem. But the main problem that we have is the people we call intellectuals. Because they come up with policies, they make sure they write this report. When you read them, you understand the language, you will start clapping. But come to implementation, nothing is going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You don't clap.
You don't clap.
I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Maimouna Sise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues. Try to give a very fitting applaud to my team leader and the entire delegation of Pan-African Parliament. I give kudos to my team. When we leave this country, attending any other international forum, we are just pure Gambians. Not a politician, but a representative of Gambians, which I would like to thank my team leader, which is Honorable Alajimbo, for giving this very marathon speech about the activities of Pan-African Parliament for the last sessions, which highlighted so many things, so many brilliant ideas. And we believed if those in the books were implemented, Africa will be a better place for all of us. We would like to see the action in us, the commitment, the ideas behind these documents need to be protected by all of us. How can we do that? We have to encourage our fellow members, the African member states, to try to consider the Malabo Protocol, to empower the Pan-African Parliament or the continental body to have a legislative mandate to perform their duties better. Pan-African Parliament, we are facing so many challenges, which will go to the budgetary allocations from AU. We have a grossly insufficient allocations. Some of the available funds which are requested are only tendered to the committee meetings, which are not sufficient to take a better ordinary session or parliamentary sessions at the given time. Honorable Speaker, we believe Africa is ready if we put what we are working on. Africa will be prosper. Africa will be henceforth go further. But I would like to appeal to our elites, our intellectuals. Africa's problem is the problem of our intellectuals. They have so many ideas. They have so many brilliant ideas. You have so many intels who can sit and summarize the world, how the world is going to be ended. And most of them, they are all from Africa. But whatever theory they have, they don't give it to Africa. They give it to the West to be dictating them, and they will give their knowledge, their spirit to make sure that West is developed. How about where they belong to? We have a problem. Unless and until we are prepared to take the mantle of Africa, not only the lip service, Africa needs to be united, Africa needs to be developed, but it cannot be developed without our own commitment. This black and white need to be implemented. We need the action to be oriented right now. Not later, but right now. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to page 9, where the keynote address of His Excellency Dr. William Samuel Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, who also doubled as the chairperson of the Committee of African Head of States and Governance and Climate Change, underscore need to be urgently underscore of the note need to be urgently undertake the fundamental shift of Africa global roles and objective of climate change, and that the Paris Agreement, particularly in the areas affecting Africa. The President posted that the above have not progressed, and there is a need to rethink about the strategy of. I think this simplifies what Africa needs to do. Again, the President advised that the Pan-African Parliament that have a fundamental role to shape Africa's resolution to Africa's problem. I just quote what I've been saying here. The problem needs to be solved by ourselves. We have the ideas, we can easily put it there. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go back to the liberty of Africans. If liberty means anything to all, it means a right to help tell people the truth. The peace and security of Africa, it should be a concern of every Sunday. What we are experiencing in the sub-region right now is not telling well. And no country is an island right now the way things are going. Unless and until Africa prepared to have an international body, not only the sub-regional body, but the continental body, which is ready to take the mantle of Africa. If such a nature or such a precedent is about to set, they need to intervene at the right time before it occurs. What is happening in the sub-region right now is scary. The turmoil going is just like about a few years ago in Arab Spring. The turmoil started somewhere from Tunis. Where does it end? The same scenario is happening. And especially the Gambia, when you go to social media, what you see on social media sometimes is pathetic. After the 22 good years what Gambia went through, I cannot imagine, even in my sleep or in my dream, if a Gambian will stand and defend a coup d'etat, which affected our lives in this country for the past 22 good years. It's very sad. Let Africa prepare to take Africa to where it needs to be. These coup d'etats are not the solution. Hungry peoples are always angry people. But who make us hungry? Are we have to blame the government? The government is an institution comprising the whole entire Gambia. But they are not responsible for feeding us. Our younger age, our parents will go to the farmland. Both women and men, they all will engage themselves at the time of the rain season. But now go to my own native place right now. You will have 60 to 70% people sitting down in the bantabas, doing nothing, because they are expecting their children in West will subsidize them, will cater for them, therefore they don't need to do anything. When you don't do anything, you don't expect anything. This is the truth. People don't want to engage themselves for anything. You go to China, as my colleagues just said, Honorable Baji, Bintang has just alluded. You will never see people idle in the street. Everybody is there to engage themselves for something. But here you want to have it red-handedly. Somebody has to give it to you, or you have to blame the government for your own failure. It's not fair. We didn't put the government there to be giving a feast money to people to go survive. The means are there. You need to work for your own survival. If you don't have the educational background to support yourself, but at least you have the man energy to work on something to have yourself free. You cannot be having a freedom whilst you are sitting. If I borrow you my eye, I want you to watch where I would like you to watch. So let's take the responsibility of our own self, not always blaming the government. That is not going to solve the problem. These coup d'etats in Africa need to be a concern of everybody. Let's all advocate for peace in the sub-region. And we make sure when Gambia was in need in 2017, rather, the whole entire world stand for Gambia. And we were not the perfect, and we were not an island, but they thought that it was a need for their intervention to make sure that the injustice in this country stops. And we all applaud them. More especially our neighboring country here, Senegal. We are not oversighting Senegal, or we don't care about them. But every situation needs a way how to handle it. Diplomacy is different from a political statement. The government cannot be run as just a club. If somebody talks over there, party need to respond over there. That's not the diplomacy. We have an internal relationship, and we have our integrity, and our territorial respect need to be protected. We know where to intervene, and we should know where not to intervene. That's the diplomacy. Country runs by law, not sentiment. Honorable Speaker, I would like to refer my able secretary, which I think it was an oversight of one of the report which was led regards to the CWS conference which happened in New York, which I happen to represent Pan-African Parliament from on the 12th to 17th of March, which was not captured in the report, which I would like to highlight on. There were some recommendations over there. Empower women and girls through meaningful access to the internet and digital technology could undoubtedly empower them to build a business and access to education, health, social, and social service finances. It could also be empowered tool for women and girls to participate in governance, associate rather than speak out of digital rights. Honorable Speaker, some of these things need to be very, very considered. Especially in the Gambia, how we thought that women belong to the markets, the farms, and other multi-tax businesses, home, to whatever we might be calling them. But by empowering them, it has to start from our political parties. We need to start to have embedded laws in our political acts to make sure that the women are protected, not only for them to be supporting and clapping for the politicians, but we want to see the improvement of them. We want to see that let them be part of the decision making, and some of the decision making cannot be just only when they are clapping for you. Try to engage them, bring them to somewhere, enlighten them, put something in their mind for them to be thinking. They cannot be just only be pushing away. When it's time for positions, men will be starting to elbow women for them to be drop out, or they will be even be bullied. They wouldn't be even having the stamina in them to contest or run for any higher office in this country. We believe in what men can do. We cannot do everything, but we can be a good partner to associate ourselves for the development and betterment of this country, much more over the continent of the Africa. We need to see forward, not always the backward. Be talking about women empowerment. Yes, we want the empowerment to be felt, not only be seen, but be felt, not only be smelled, but always be felt. The responsibility of women is always a multitasking. What we can do home, we can do it in the offices also. But the bullying on women in this country is so scary. Not everybody is just like, who am I? No. You have so many talented women in this country. Sometimes when you give a speech, they will call you. I don't know how you manage to do this. And they attack on you on social media, and still now you are defiant. And I will continue defiant. What is more horrible, challenging the former regime in this country? If I can survive that, I will continue to survive any challenge in this country. When it comes to my political principle in this country, I will defend myself at any level. But because of this bullying coming from the other end, is deterring women from participating in such a portfolios. Women, we have a very thin skin. Women don't want to be bullied. They don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to be shamed. Please, we are appealing. The electorates here in this country need to be highlighted or need to be enlightened, especially with the honorable members in this parliament. Let's try to at least help the women folks within the country to participate in their fully right in the political dominance of this country. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I will beg to submit. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to also partake debating on the report of the Gambian delegation to the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. Honourable Speaker, I will be a little bit biased in my submission in terms of debating on this report, and centered my subjection or my submission to only the AFCFTA agreement, which has been talked about in this report. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, if you look at on page 4, we will understand that the session team was to accelerate the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area of the African Union for 2023. This team, Honorable Speaker, cannot be more apt in discussing issues that concern Africa. If you look at the AFCFTA, Honorable Speaker, we have 46 countries ratified, signed and ratified the agreement. And then we almost have 7 to 8 countries that have only signed but not ratified the agreement. The reason why I am concentrating on the team, of course, as the chairperson of the Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration of the Gambian Parliament, I need to reinforce, obviously, this team and a smart team for that matter, for the Pan-African Parliament to sit aside, think very, very intelligently, and bring up this matter on their agenda. Africa, if you look at it, we cannot develop if we are not integrated. We ought to be fully integrated. And in that dimension, Honorable Speaker, we cannot, no country in Africa can remain as an island. We have seen it been demonstrated by the recent Kenyan President, William Ruto, who have gone as far as eliminating visas for many African countries that would want to go to Kenya for trade. Gambia cannot be an island, Honorable Speaker. And none of the African countries can be an island. We will try to do so, Honorable Speaker. But if we have to do and continue doing that, we will remain as where we are in terms of development. Let's integrate, Honorable Speaker, as African countries. Let's look at the EU. Very much tied together, that union, the European Union. Very much tied up together. To what? To fight against any undeveloped issues that have to come into Europe or to their membership, that's the membership of the EU. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I thank the Gambian delegation, that the Pan-African Parliament delegation of the Gambian Parliament, led by the head of delegation, Honorable Member for Upper Salum, for their wonderful participation and contribution, of course. Each of them contributed in this session. And they were all valuable contributions, Honorable Speaker. I would not go down there, but I commend you for your good work. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the general objectives of AFCFTA and the specific objectives, the general objective, Honorable Speaker, went up to 8, and the specific objectives went up to 7. But I will not go deep into those objectives, but I would just select few, Honorable Speaker, if you grant me the permission. The general objective, Honorable Speaker, 1, to create single market for goods and services, which must be facilitated by movement of persons in order to deepen the economic integration of African continent. Well-written write-up. But how attainable is this? That's objective. How attainable is that? If you want to leave Gambia now to go to Senegal, just our neighbor, a closest neighbor, you are asked to pay something before entering. Likewise, if you leave Senegal also entering Gambia, if you have an ID or if you don't have an ID, they ask you laissez-passer. Laissez-passer. Gone are those days as far as we have ratified this agreement. The Gambia, Honorable Speaker, ratified the AFCTA agreement and effected in January 2021. And if you are a Senegalese now entering the Gambia, without a valid ID, you are asked to pay laissez-passer. If you are a Gambian entering Senegal with your valid ID, you are asked to pay something. Where is objective number 1? Where is the free movement of persons? Honorable Speaker, objective number 2, to create a liberalized market for goods and services. It is not there. It is on black and white. It is on black and white. But our African countries are not practicing this. And I have already mentioned that out of the 54 African countries, 46 signed and ratified this agreement. But check in those 46 countries, how many of them are operating on this objective? Their general objectives and their specific. I have not even talked about the specific objectives. We have to be serious. One member has said it here, Foni, the member for Foni Councillor. We need to be serious. We cannot only have good write-up in our documents or in our agreements, yet we cannot even fulfill them or implement them. Then we have to look at ourselves. Inward. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Africa, sometimes, I know we have a member here, member for Central Body. He's a Pan-Africanist. And he is very lucky to be in the delegation. He used to say here, Honorable Speaker, in most of his contributions, that's the member for Central Body, that Africa, if we have to go forward, we must be serious. And we ought to be serious. And we mean what we say. Honorable Speaker, the specific objectives, cooperation on investment and intellectual property rights. Just recently, we enacted a bill here on this issue, that is the intellectual property rights. Very important. But how feasible and attainable would this be? If you look at the agreement, Honorable Speaker, in totality, it is a very progressive one. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a very progressive agreement. But the African countries will not be serious to implement this agreement to the fullest. I'm very delightful to the Pan-African Parliament delegation and to the body itself at large. Honorable Speaker, if you go to page 7, they had a workshop during the session, and the workshop was hosted by certain individuals, and then we have some presenters during that workshop, including the Pan-African Parliament. I think he's a president, Honorable Chief Fortune, yes, the president, Charumbira, Mr. Mohammed Ali, representative of the Secretary General of the AFC-FTA, Secretariat, Honorable John Bedari, Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters of the Pan-African Parliament. So during that workshop, Honorable Speaker, they emphasized that the implementation of the AFCTA is not a responsibility of government alone, but a collective responsibility of stakeholders, which is, of course, a fact. We don't have to blame only the governments. As stakeholders of African leaders or African people, we need to take our own part in implementing the agreement. Because implementing it to the fullest is the benefit of all Africans. They also mentioned in that workshop, Honorable Speaker, that the implementation of this AFCTA must be accelerated. It must be accelerated. It is only through trade, Honorable Speaker, that we can make it. That's the time and where we can have the market. Without our fully integration of African countries, where can we have the market? You cannot harvest your tomato in Gambia and want to transport them to Senegal, and it is a difficulty. Sometimes you even spend a day there, all the tomatoes are rotting, if at all they are not well packed. Where is the market? And in that acceleration of implementing the AFCTA, members of parliament should collectively embark on political education to unbundle the AFCTA to the people of Africa and its benefits to the population. That is you and me. The delegation and the body itself is talking to us as MPs that we need to go and sensitize our people about this agreement. Because they went further to say that it is not only the state, the head of states and governments who can implement this agreement, but even the stakeholders. And we are stakeholders. On that note, Honorable Speaker, MPs, I'm challenging you to go as far as what the delegation is mentioning here for us to go further and implement that. Of course, wherever there are challenges, there must be, wherever there is success, there must be challenges. The delegation have highlighted some challenges that they are encountering, which of course, I'm not going to name all of them, but concentrate on only one, that is the first one on page 8. Of course, because I have made it very clear that I'm going to be very biased on this report, concentrating only on the issue of the AFCTA, as far as I'm the trade chairman of this delegation, or of the trade committee of the Gambian Parliament. So if you go to number 100, Speaker, on page 8, a high tariff revenue losses could be realized and an uneven distribution of cost and benefits among countries. African countries therefore should explore measures and flexibilities in order to get fair sharing of cost and benefits for the attainment of the long-term benefits of the CFTA. So the Continental Free Trade Area, if we have to be successful in it, we must accept some challenges, and the challenges would be losses of revenue. Because it's not all the countries that are equal in terms of market. So in that regard, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you so very much.
I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be very brief this time. I just want to continue from where my chairperson stopped. I want to salute the head of the delegation, and I would just want to give just a brief background about the Pan-African Parliament, because members must understand how we operate, then all of us can champion the cause. This body is not a legislative body. It should be clear that we are not a full-fledged legislative body. There are protocols that need to be signed and ratified by countries, which are not yet to be done. I could fully remember, I saw my colleague on GRTS last time talking about that, Honorable Salv Jau. Pan-African Parliament, we tried a lot. We moved from a very hard or difficult condition or situation. This parliament is different from the previous parliament, which was characterized with violence, disputes, and not much was made because there was leadership crisis. We came until we settled down, and Gambia happened to be part of the bureau. We have to, salute ourselves for that. Chinua Achebe once said, when an agama lizard falls down from an iroko tree, he said, if people don't praise him, he has to praise himself. So we have to praise Gambia for us to have one of us, Alajimbo, who is part of the key decision-making and Pan-African Parliament. Now, coming to the aspect of trade, we have to salute the Gambian government too. It was first pronounced by the president of Kenya, William Ruto, who said that there will be no visa as far as trade is concerned coming to Kenya. Gambia also made similar pronouncement. Here on the floor of the National Assembly, the foreign minister of Gambia said it. Gambia also have followed the same suit. So we need to celebrate it, and we want our media to carry this so that they know that Gambia is on track as far as this trade agreement is concerned. Yes, some people raise doubt whether we are action-oriented. I can say action is being taken, and most of the countries are moving into that direction. Africa, we have all the resources. We have the resources, we have the energy, we have the intellectual capacity. We need to move as a continent. There is no time to waste. We cannot expect the Chinese are paying your ticket to take you to China because they want you to learn and accept their culture and their language. Soon some of you will be starting learning Chinese language. When we don't have a continental language which was advocated by Nkrumah and his colleagues. Africa, it's not much. We have few goals that we need to work on. And these goals have been here decades and decades. In 1957, Nkrumah said, the independence of Ghana is meaningless until it links up with the total liberation of all African states. If he was selfish, he would have just accepted their independence to become an independent. And other countries follow suit. The formation of OAU came. So there were different blocks, but we tried to forget about all those problems and come together as a continent. Because the Casablanca group, the Morovia group, also created a lot of setback to the unity of Africa. Until when Muhammad Gaddafi came, transformation took place from OAU to AU, African Union. And we all remembered AU summit was held in this country during the time of President Yahya Jammeh. So what do we need to do now? Let's also have PAP session in Africa. This is what I'm appealing to all of you to make sure that we also host Pan-African session in Africa. We can do it. Pan-African Parliament in the Gambia, I mean. Pan-African Parliament is suffering because countries are not paying their dues as expected. They are not contributing, they are not supporting. We cannot depend on EU and the Chinese, the Indians to sponsor Pan-African Parliament. This is the problem. So Africa, we have all the resources, we have the timber, we have the minerals, so we cannot accept people to come and loot our resources. And they are using our heads of states. Because no investor will come here, you don't pass through State House. So we must stop them. They cannot be queuing there, collecting money. Anybody trying to see the president, you charge the person, and they try to, loot our resources. Honorable members, Africa needs a common language. And it's not a magic. We can do it. If our children can start learning Chinese, why not? Why not Swahili? We can, in order to promote trade. Now we talk of our culture, African culture. Our culture has been abused. In this parliament here, I will come maybe Monday. I want to talk about that. There's a special talk of its own. I don't want to label the parliament. But we have a culture, we have our religion, and the constitution gives us the right to practice our religion and our culture. My culture is different from your culture, but you have to accept me because of my culture, who I am. But we have been witnessing people being arrested because of practicing their culture, because of a law that has been passed in this house here. We will revisit. We will talk about it and we will come up with a repeal. We will repeal it. Honorable members, we're talking about borderless Africa. We talk about the judiciary system. How do you expect our African leaders to be prosecuted in Hague? So it means we cannot do things on our own. If you have a problem, we have to solve the problem in the continent of Africa. It cannot be solved in Saudi Arabia or New York. That's an insult to the continent. Honorable Speaker, talking of one military in Africa, Kurumang talk about this. And all these things we are well planned, well sketched, so that we have a continental army. If there is a problem in a particular army, in a particular country, the army can go and resolve the problem. But the pronouncement made by ECOWAS, is that promoting unity or chaos or banditry or terrorism in Africa? How can ECOWAS pronounce that they will go and attack a military, men in uniform, with guns, with arms? When we know that the sub-Saharan Africa, we have a lot of migrants who are on their way. So attacking Niger will plunge our sub-region into a war. Those young people could be exploited. Given $1,000, they will take arms and fight. So we have to think. When there is a problem in the continent, we have to use our brain to solve the problem, not by force. Honorable Speaker, coming to common market. Honorable member made mention of it. Tomatoes, jattos, cabbage, to talk about. If you go to Jara right now, you go to the gardens, you'll be so much impressed. You go to the Sierra, you see the rice. But you cannot have a rice made in Gambia. Yes, they talk of Musa Maro farm. Our mothers and our fathers have been here cultivating. Nobody empowers them. They will go and empower an individual because they will get money at the end of the day. All the funds are given to the rich people, the so-called middle class. The poor people are there suffering. They don't have support. This year I wanted to plow more than 3 hectares. I couldn't have rice from them. I have to buy it. But they give whom they know. Look at the fertilizer. So we must speak the truth on this floor of the National Assembly to liberate this continent and the country at large. This continent cannot be progressive without agriculture. But how do we do it? We need to make sure that Gambia starts producing things on its own and target African markets. Most of these MPs here, they are interested in farming. I don't think we have an MP here who is not from a farming background. Maybe Tumanjai, but his constituency, they are doing fishing. But they are doing fishing. There is fishing taking place in his constituency, and fishing is part of farming. So, when we say crop production, maybe she will not be good in crop production, but she has youths, who are interested in fishing. So I think we need to come as a continent and as a country to ensure that we work on these things. Climate change, last by no means the least. Honorable Speaker, there is something called carbon trading. And I asked the Honorable Minister of Environment on this. How prepared is the Gambia government towards carbon trading? We don't know. There are certain NGOs in this country whether they are trading our forest resources or our environment. We don't know. And there is a big market for this. Countries are getting millions of dollars from carbon trading. How prepared Gambia? Because we are not the greatest emitters. The greatest emitters are there, but we suffer. And if you look at the report talks about in page 9, he said, however, the members of PAB were informed that Africa's contribution to global greenhouse gas emission is minimal at only 4%. Yet the impact of climate change on our people is huge. So we are the greatest sufferers of climate change. So what do we need to do? We need to sensitize our farmers to continue planting trees. These trees, one day, they will get income out of it because it will be measured the level of emission that you are controlling, and you will be paid for that. So this must be translated. How can we generate money from this? Is our government and our ministries must be prepared. It's not only going to Kenya to attend the climate conference or to go to COP27 or to go to Dubai for COP28, but what do you bring to us? We need to know. And I asked the then minister of finance, environment here. I said, you went to COP27, what did you bring to us? So Gambia cannot just be left behind. We need to move with other countries to make sure that we fight against climate change, and the funds that are generated from climate financing, Gambia need to get something. Are we getting something? We are crying, the economy is sinking. So Gambia must be prepared. We have intellectuals who study climate change, and these are their areas. They must try to connect and bring something to our country. Honorable members, I thank you for your kind attention. I believe we will reach there sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member Keba Lamfofana. Pardon?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I intend to be brief, but to start, I would like to join my fellow honorable colleagues in commending the entire, Pan-African team from the National Assembly of the Gambia, and sending special congratulations to the head of delegation, Honorable Mbo, for a brilliant report. And again, saying that, let's start with the reasons behind the Pan-African Parliament. And that's where I intend to correlate all of my contributions. I will refer this House to page 3. Paragraph 2, it states, the Pan-African Parliament is to provide a common platform for the people of Africa and their grassroots organizations to be more involved in decisions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the African continent. Honorable Speaker, with this starting line, I strongly believe the spirit of Pan-Africanism needs to be redefined. Because if you listen to the report succinctly, which I have some observations with regards to the formatting, and I want to appeal to the National Assembly, that's the Office of the Clerk, or the committees, if you can have a standard report for all these international delegations, whereby reports will be based on thematic areas, and then to avoid a lot of narrations, because narrations will undoubtedly dilute the facts. As a parliament, what we are interested in is the thematic areas which were discussed, so that we can know the recommendations, conclusions, and what we as a parliament needs to do to move those protocols or resolutions which are served on our behalf. So I strongly believe if we can have a standard reporting format which will reflect such, it will definitely go a long way in one, minimizing the time we spend on debate. Because if you look at the debate currently, it's not guided. Many a times deliberations are done on issues which have no correlation to the report itself. But again, we need to ask ourselves, is it because the report gave them the opportunity to dribble us like the Messis and the Ronaldos will do in a football field? But we need to remind ourselves that this is Parliament and it's beyond speculation. Honorable Speaker, going back to where I started, now we know that the Pan-African Parliament have among its mandate to look at the challenges facing Africa as a continent and come up with an African solution. Now let's ask ourselves, what are the challenges facing Africa? Today, when we talk about Africa, you look at the media, it will be like we're in the dark world. They will tell you nothing is working. When you talk about health, they will tell you the health sector is bankrupt. When you talk about education, they will tell you there is nothing. When you talk about confidence being instilled in the youths, they will tell you the future is bleak. The question is why? The founders of Pan-Africanism, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the particular members, fought for independence, for our sovereignty. But does it stop there? And today, 90% of the rhetorics we will send out there is as if we are still colonized. Are we? No. Our forefathers fought for the independence so that we can go to the next level, which is the economic independence. But how do we get that? When we allow ourselves, from the days of independence, the instilling of a sense of inferiority. That's only challenges. They make you believe that you are challenged by language, that your language doesn't mean anything. And tell me one country in this world that is developed without using her own language. Go to Russia, they have their own language. Go to India, they have their own language. Go to the USA, they have their own language. Go to Spain, they have their own language. Go to France, they have their own language. But after independence, we are made to believe that our languages cannot be our official languages. Then how independent are we? But we accepted it. Because the honorable member from Fonyi Jarol said it in its perfect sense. He said today a man's level of intelligence in this country is what? Evaluated based on how he or she can what? Speak or write English. Let's contextualize this. If we must move the Pan-African spirit in the Gambia, let's start the conversation of seeing how best do we start speaking our local languages in this parliament. Representation is beyond speaking the English language. There are many intelligent people out there who can do it better than I can do. Does it mean that they cannot write English or they cannot speak English? They should not have the opportunity to come here. Or does it mean that the people we are representing, over 40 to 50% of whom cannot speak English, don't deserve to know what we are saying? We'll be discussing important matters of the state in a foreign language. Because the colonial masters left. But their most important instrument, which is the means of communication, was left behind to cage you and cage your mind. And that is something I believe the Pan-African Parliament as well should further. Further the cause of coming up with a common language for Africa. And further the cause of promoting indigenous languages being spoken in parliaments in Africa and all levels of governance, so that we can reach that level of what? Actualization. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge Africa is facing today is We don't know our history. If you go to UK today, they can give you history dating back more than 1,000 years ago. You were there. You go to China, they can give you history dating back 5,000 years ago. But how far did our history go? From 1965. So Gambia was born in 1965. And every other African country you go, their history starts from their date of independence. Which means they eradicate your history and you accept it. By accepting that, you have no memory of the past. And now you blame them for the darkness. They are not the cause. Because today, you have solutions. Let us redefine who we are. Let us not allow the world to see us through the lenses of the colonial masters. Do we blame them for that? No, we cannot. But you go into our libraries today, our tradition, our culture is all taken away. Because in fact, what we believe is, whatever is not modern is not civilized. We emulate them in every aspect of our life, and yet we blame them. How can we? It's time to take responsibility. The past cannot be changed, but we are in direct control of our future. Let's contextualize it to our own context here. What do we value today? Is it the culture and tradition of the Gambia? Or the endless treaties, conventions, and resolutions we sign with regards to rights? And what we need to know is, civilization today in modern times is like fashion. Human survival goes beyond that. Human survival goes with dignity, it goes with hope, it goes with confidence. This cannot be attained if you leave the fundamentals of tradition, culture, and religion behind. That is who we are. Once we change that, we are not going. They've defined themselves and they know who they are. And based on that, they contextualize their mode of operandi. But who are we? Let's go back to our roots and our culture. Contextualize this to modern age and pave a way that will provide confidence, unity, and transformation. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge Africa is facing today, and that's why we are economically dependent. And unless and until we transcend above that level, it will continue to be so. After independence, they made you believe that you do not have the mental wherewithal to transform raw materials to finished goods. And today you blame them. When prices start going high, when there is scarcity, when youths are unemployed, you blame the West. Why do you have to blame them? When you have the raw materials, when they pick the best brains from Africa, and you allow it. I challenge the Pan-African Parliament. If the spirit of Pan-Africanism needs to be revived, let's live by the sayings of Patrice Lumumba when he said, we know that Africa is neither French, nor British, nor American, nor Russian, that Africa is for Africans. And the raw materials of Africa should be for Africa as well. Let's move to the transformative stage. Let's add value to those raw materials. In so doing, we will create employment opportunities for the youths. In so doing, we can start exporting. In so doing, we can have direct command over the prices of those goods and services. And in so doing, we'll be able to derive the maximum benefits from our endowed resources. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge Africa is faced with is our segmentation into borders. Look at Gambia and Senegal. If you would permit me, I would say this in Wolof. It's like jéemeñ ak làmmiñ. Just look at the map. Yes? They segmented us. They divided us. But why? Why are we divided? And we are so comfortable in that division that even if at all we go to our international delegations, you will start seeing African countries siding as Francophone and Anglophone. In fact, in the leaderships, you want it to be rotated on the basis of Anglophone 5 years, Francophone 5 years. Is that the spirit of Pan-Africanism? That is not. And believe in me, the current status quo favors what they want. By dividing us, our market is being segmented. By dividing us, our capacity is being reduced. And by dividing us, we allow to be segregated as a people. So again, Honorable Head of Delegation, if the spirit of Pan-Africanism needs to be revived, let's not only limit it to the free continental trade. Let us go beyond that and start seeing each other as one. The EU is doing it. America is doing it. Over how many states? 54. Look at China today. Their land area is over 90 million. It's one country. What is the land size of the Gambia? Less than 11,000 square kilometers. I'm sorry to say I'm a proud Gambian, but that is less than the size of a village in China. But take Africa for example, or take West Africa for example, or take Gambia and Senegal for example. If we were not segregated, and if we do not allow ourselves to continue in that segregated form, can't we have a bigger land size? Can't we improve, or can't we be standing on a better position to improve the confidence of our youth? So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that Pan-Africanism needs to be redefined so that it can instill confidence in the minds of the youth. All the war you are seeing today in Africa, all the coups and counter-coups you are seeing today in Africa, is because people do not have confidence. People need to. If you must govern in peace, the future should be clear. Nobody would do it for us as a continent. But let's bring it to the Gambian context. As a parliament, we owe it to the youths of this country. Let them know that there is a light after that tunnel. Let them know that our primary responsibility, that we are dedicated and committed to making sure that we bring those opportunities to their doorsteps. And this should not be based on rhetorics, but it must reflect in the policies we promote, in the programs we start, and the results should be tangible. So, Honorable Speaker, on a final note, I strongly commend the committee for a brilliant report, and equally challenge them to have a rethink at the Pan-African parliamentary level about the revival of the Pan-African spirit. And know that we are not in the era to fight for territorial independence. But now it's about economic independence and the survival of Africa. And this can only be attained if the youths see a future. And we are the ones who are mandated to do that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I now invite the Honourable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when this, before it is late, this report, some people think that it's just going to take us 30 minutes to finish it. But I think the issues that are embedded in the report influences us to debate further. And I want to make one clarification, that is the issue of open mind. We must be open minded. Our Constitution states that whatever we said here, we can say whatever we think, and it will not be questioned outside of this place. So we'll be divergent, at the same time we'll be dissenting in opinion. So let's just be open-minded. Let's not be angry because somebody said something that you don't agree. Honorable Speaker, relating to languages, I happened to attend a conference before I became a parliamentarian in Dhaka, organized by the AU. And they have this institution they call Hakalan, which promotes African languages. For example, in West Africa, we have the Mandinka, which is in several countries. It's in Gambia, Guinea, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, etc., etc. So it's a very wide language. We also have Pular, which goes up to Nigeria and beyond. Almost 19 or 16 to 19 countries that are speaking Pular. And there are organizations in Africa that are promoting Pular. I think they even have a conference in Gambia. So we are moving stage by stage from the history he is repeating. The African Renaissance was there, when we are not speaking any foreign language but only African languages. But because of history, things have turned against us because we have other people who happen to develop science faster than us, and because of their knowledge, they were able to dominate us the way they did. But in West Africa here, we have the Hausa, we have the Pular, we have the Manding language, and so on. And other regions are also working on their languages. They have identified their languages. Like he said, Swahili is one of them. So we're developing these languages so that eventually those languages will be utilized to engage in trade across Africa, free trade. Honorable Speaker, the theme for the AU this year is AFCETA, AFCFTA. But it's like every year they take a theme. Every year a theme. So this year it is, we should promote this. And that's why the report is calling on us, for all of us to even go back to our constituencies and promote this inter-African trade. And the report, the objective of the report also is to enable us to exchange ideas on issues discussed at the PAP, so that we do not only learn from those issues, but use them, especially the resolutions, to improve our thinking and our laws. And also, the Pan-African Parliament has this plan to utilize these resolutions to design model laws which we can use to develop or improve our own laws, national laws. And that is one objective of the resolutions. That's why the resolutions are so important. We should all read these resolutions, because whatever law we make here, we may see another resolution which is saying something that will help us to make that law better. For example, now there is a bill that is coming for medicine, and there is a resolution here which is dealing with traditional medicine. So if you read the traditional medicine one, the resolution from the PAP, it may help you in scrutinizing this other bill that is coming before us. Honorable Speaker, one important thing that was discussed at the PAP was the inclusive digital world that my honorable sister was mentioning, innovation and technologies. Observation. You keep on observing. If I allow you to observe, just wait until your turn. You can come and observe. Please, I beg you. Huh? So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the resolution or the discussion that took place on digital economy, this is a very important, and it is dealing with inclusiveness relating to women. It says, considering the International Women's Day that was celebrated on Thursday, March 8, 2023, by the Pan-African Parliament, which had explored the impact of the digital gender gap on widening economic and social inequalities. Gender in digital is very important, because if only one gender starts using digital, the progress will be very slow. It is also mentioned how much from research that if you look at the estimate of loss for the other gender not fully engaged in digital in Africa is costing us $1 trillion. $1 trillion a year. And if we neglect it further, we are likely to lose $1.5 trillion by 2025. That's a very important area. So they are calling on all of us to ensure that, the other half of us are fully advocated, fully supported to ensure that they participate in digital affairs. Honorable Speaker, also, if you look at the recommendation relating to girls in digital, you will see that we don't own these platforms, these major platforms. It is usually the United States or some other country that will own them. And whatever we say, even what we are saying here, is all going to store there. Whatever we write in our distance is all stored there. Whatever you write in Facebook is stored there. So it's like Africa does not have a secret. They own it. And I raised this thing during the debate that there is a need for Africa to come together through R&D to ensure that we have our own platform. If you have your own platform, you can control your own things. Your culture. The honorable nominated member is talking about culture. If you want to develop culture in this day and age, you have to have your own platform. Because all the communication tools are owned by those who are outside of Africa. And they use it for their own thing. Just go to the internet, just go to your mobile phone. You open it, you see things that you don't want, but you cannot do anything about it. They are using our women anyhow they want to use them. How do we control our culture? They bring everything that they want to. We have no way of controlling it. Nothing. So that area is also very important. And when the president of Kenya made a speech, he alluded to that. That we're definitely working on trying to come up with our own platform so that we'll be able to store whatever we want to store and discard whatever, and even block whatever we don't want to see in our platforms. I think, Honorable Speaker, the recommendations should be utilized in such a way by this parliament to be able to improve our advocacy, even within our constituencies. For example, we were talking about food security. And during my contribution there, I made one contribution, which is on climate change and food security. What can we do as each individual parliamentarian in your constituency to show an example to the people? Because sometimes talking alone is not very fruitful. But if you show an example, others will follow. For example, if you have an acre farm and you turn it into a forest in your own constituency, that will be an example. And others will also begin to do that. And that is in our laws. When we ratify the forestry law here, relating to forestry, we put all those things there. And what did I do when I came? That time it was rainy season. But when I came, immediately I went to Willi and established a Findi farm, one of the most popular food in the country. It's very expensive. Findi. How many people know Findi here? I think many people will know that. But people are depending on rice. But we produce our own Findi. 2 acres. That's what I produced there. 2-acre farm. That's an example. All of us should be able to do that, like the member for Central Badibu. He's engaged in tree planting, tree production. I saw all the pictures. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity to visit his farm, but that's what he's producing. That's what he's doing there. I saw it. Very commendable. Good initiative. And we thank him for that. So, on that note, Honorable Speaker, we thank the head of delegation, who has been very meticulous in making sure that all our affairs are done properly in South Africa. And we thank the Speaker and thank the clerk for coming up with all this report that has taken place in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Honourable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think my intervention is going to be very short. I would likewise join my colleagues. By educating us about what PAP does through the media. I think that is applaudable. It's something that all delegations should emulate. And I will take up for a moment, I actually forgot that we were doing a report. I thought it was an adjournment debate, and I lost track. But Honorable Member for Jara brought back my attention to the topic. And the AFCFTA, which is something that, being an ECOWAS member, I've always not supported. But for some reason, I see the sense now, because we are talking of a continent which is beyond a regional bloc. As an ECOWAS member, we live on our levies. And if these levies are taken away from us, it will affect the revenues that we generate in a regional bloc. But thinking of it as a continent, I think we want to grow big. But first of all, we need to look at why the AFCFTA was originally initiated. And the theme, I think, is apt to accelerate the implementation of the African continental free trade, because I think it's been lagging behind since its introduction. It was brought up for inequalities and poverty reduction. But we are yet to see that. In fact, less than half of African countries recorded inclusive growth since its introduction, leaving at least 34% below the poverty line. I think if we are talking of accelerating the implementation, we should also look into how to improve the lives and livelihoods of African citizens. Yes, some people spoke about coup d'etats. We are all against coup d'etats. Nobody, having lived under a regime that was brought by coup d'etats, because if I say dictatorial, some people will jump on me. So I would just say unpleasant. Yeah, unpleasant governance. For us to stand here and even applaud coup d'etats, I think I would be ashamed anyway to do it because of what I've lived through, especially having lost somebody close to me. So I will go back to the theme. Mr. Speaker, I go back to the chair because they will go back to the PAP to tell them our contributions. I think intra-Africa trade, which is currently very low at only 14.4%, needs to be looked into if we want to accelerate the implementation of this agreement. I think we are losing potential. I think over 80% is ignored. Somebody mentioned the trade of tomatoes. I had the opportunity to drive through Accra, going to Lomé, and I saw the amount of tomatoes, and I knew that 80% of that would be wasted. I think we should go back and look into these things. And like I said, my intervention is going to be very short. I would just appeal for us to look into the intra-Africa trade again, rather than focus on colonialism, because I think we are going through neo-colonialism again, with the West trying to control, micromanage us through our weak leadership. Because the government system we have now is pro-European, that they are being wrapped around the European fingers. We have seen 2 coups d'etats recently, one in Niger and another one in Gabon. The Niger one has created so much outcry, and the Gabon one has not. So I wonder why that is the case. Maybe it's just influence and interest of the Europeans. So I think we should embrace our Africanism and try to promote and boost the economy of Africa, going back to the theme, looking at what would make this acceleration successful. Thank you.
I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija.
All other delegations. If you go, you are representing us, and we want to see what you are doing there for us. Thank you very much. On that note, I just want to talk on the PAP issue, because it's a bit confusing, because PAP was meant originally to be an oversight or an advisory body to the AU, and I think it's still on that footing. So we are talking about here seriousness of Africans, but to me, I will blame the heads of states, because as indicated in the report,
only 22 countries so far have signed the Malabo Protocol, and then only 15 have ratified it. And I think 29 countries are needed to ratify this so that the PAP can move from an oversight, an advisory body to a legislative body. And then I think this is an issue or a message that the members of the delegation should take back to the African Union, and the message should be clear. If we are serious as a continent, our leaders should take up the responsibilities and sign up this protocol and take it to their parliaments for them to ratify it. And on that note, moving on, I just want to talk small on the resolution on the place for traditional medicines in the African health system. I think that is very, very important that we start thinking inward within Africa, because if you look at all the medicines and related products that are being imported into the country that are used currently, definitely all the raw materials and products are all from Africa. So coming up with the issue of traditional medicine, I think it is something that is very good, and then we have to applaud that. And for your information, as way of information, the Ministry of Health through the Traditional Medicine Unit, they are currently promulgating a bill entitled the Traditional Medicines, and then it will come before this Parliament in one time for the blessings of this Assembly. So on that note, I want to thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Sandu. I now call on the mover of the motion to respond to issues and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I'm saying I did raise my tag for intervention.
If you had reached it, you would have reached it. Your name was not written, and I'm seeing a lot of people. My fears are a lot. The table office is just telling me some other people are saying they want to speak, they want to speak, they want to speak.
Almost, so, I was the first. Marshall can attest to that. I was the first person to raise my tag. I don't know what reason it wasn't been recorded, but I did raise my tag. In fact, the first person to raise that.
But please, next time you raise it up. Raise it up like this. No, he's not seeing you.
All right, honorable.
Next time you can raise your tag.
Honorable. If people, for instance, have problems in being seen with their districts, just at the time, just send us your name. Just send us your name to the table.
Honorable Speaker, as he marched in again, I reminded him, I raised my tag, please talk to the Speaker.
Now, what I'm saying,
yes,
that they have raised their tax and we have not seen it. That may be true. We are not denying.
You can check.
But what I'm saying is,
whether your name is
equally,
there or not.
you can even send to confirm. Just send us your note. You just put your cantora and all these things, and we get the slips, and then we will look at the list and include you.
And I think those flags also need to be moved somewhere so that at least he can view us properly. Yeah, because sometimes it is very difficult for him to see us.
Majority, usually, I give priority to majority and minority leaders. So if you are to put up your tag, it has to be up to be seen one. Otherwise, just send us signals. Just tell these people, tell us that, because you said at the beginning, we have called over a lot of names, and you have not had your name from the beginning. You could have just sent us signal.
I was really surprised that whether is it deliberate, but my relative can attest to me that he even attested that I raised matter with him. When he enters,
Honorable, I can also attest that it's not deliberate. Please, it's an oversight. Just let us know, please. let us know. I may deny, I could say no to people, but I don't want to say no to majority and minority leaders. And in the circumstance, I think we can give you some few minutes, Honorable, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. I understand that...
Honorable member.
That I accept...
Some honorable member. Somebody is talking somewhere. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Allow me also to equally thank the entire delegation through the head of delegation to Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I was really moved by the presentation, concerns raised, and of course, the follow-up deliberation and debate. Honorable Speaker, the essence of bringing this delegation report is Parliament to peruse through, make sense out of it, adopt the best practice, and add it up to our working tools. More especially, I hope and pray that the Select Committee on Environment, because they are advocating for national parliaments to really robust their oversight functions in terms of policy relating to climate change. And I call upon the Select Committee on Climate Change to take time to extract the resolution in this PAP report and try to see whether they can make best use of it. And that should be the trajectory of the discussion for us to really go through the recommendation, see what is attainable, how can we beautify or augment our deficiencies to give us a good governance system in this country. Honorable Speaker, I also have a concern being raised by Patrice Lumumba in terms of rating or ranking the parliament. Of course, the ranking is not really based on monetary value, but of course how powerful the parliament is in terms of oversight and how binding are their decisions. So I think advocacy needs to be done in the spirit of really moving the parliament from just mere advisory to making serious recommendations and serious decisions that would reflect on governments within Africa. Honorable Speaker, Pan-Africanism has been really said here. Pan-Africanism doesn't really mean the clothes you wear, how you eat your food, is it bare hand? No, it's about accepting the very principles and ideas of Pan-Africanism. And that is dated back in 1963 when they met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. What were the core values? What were the core principles? Solidarity is key among them. Standing for each other. And we have seen that Senegal and the Gambia has truly manifested that spirit in terms of the impasse in 2016. Senegal has served as a brother's keeper to Gambia, standing by your own fellow African country in terms of difficulty or crisis. And that is what we call Pan-Africanism. It's not the clothes you eat, wear, or what the food you eat. It does not define your Pan-Africanism. It's about your solidarity, your protection, looking after each other as African countries. So we've seen that clear manifestation done by the two countries. It is not done in the absence of diplomacy. It is not done in the absence of good leadership. So it's because of this robust diplomacy, because of this good leadership that existed or coexists between the two nations, we've enjoyed those support. Honorable Speaker, I also want to really touch, because of course the chairman of trade is here, is his domain, but of course I was one of the fans in terms of pioneering or championing the AFCT agreement during the retreat, and also been instrumental in terms of getting it ratified. My worry is that it's one thing to really join an African Free Continental Agreement. We are not opposed to integration. We are not opposed to opening of our market. But of course, I want the government and the parliament to know that every agreement or every engagement or every decision by states to enter into comes with a price. It's up to governments and parliament to create the atmosphere in terms of creating the available space in terms of robustness of trade. We shouldn't be just recipients of finished good. We shouldn't be a dumping ground of finished good. How ready is our market in terms of production? How ready is our institution, our infrastructures in terms of producing and also selling it to other countries? African Continental Free Trade Agreement comes with a lot of revenue losses because, of course, you need to exempt some of these trade tariffs. In doing that, we want them to be watchful not to allow the Western to take advantage of the very dream. Why did I say to take advantage of the very dream? Because of the exemption of several trade tariffs, they should not have their factories operating in African continent enjoying that package. The issue is government to come together to establish their own productive capacity, to go industrialize, to produce and export and promote trade. Not a giant of international organization or corporation, multinational corporation, trying to build a factory within African soil and trying to benefit from that, escape from those charges. So it's a matter of we being very vigilant and watchful not to allow such to happen in our continent. If not, it will make it will defeat the very purpose of integration. Honorable Speaker, I want to quickly end my speech or statement or intervention, you may call it, on the government's recent decision about the free visa for trade. It's unfortunate, but I think it beholds on every one of us to re-echo this thing, that Gambia is ready for trade, Gambia is ready for open market, and that is why government took this big decision to stand and pronounce that Gambia is open up for trade, and also Gambia has opened up their country for free visa for trade to enhance this very dream that is AFCTA trade. So it's a tap on the back of government, understanding what it takes to trade in Africa, understanding what it takes to integrate, and understanding what it takes to unite as Africa. You can't do that by locking up your borders. So kudos to the government of the day for providing that opportunity, providing the decision to make sure that they open up their country for free trade in Africa. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I think it's really disheartening for us to see coup d'etat as a solution to problems. The custodian or the hope of democracy lies in Parliament. So it's threatening and it's really embarrassing to see member of Parliament supporting or aligning themselves as seeing coup d'etat as a solution. The first causality of coup d'etat is Parliament. So I don't think any man in his right senses will see coup d'etat as as a solution to democracy. Lastly is to touch on languages. Honorable Speaker, Section 105 of the Constitution does provide that our official language is English, but of course, by nature of Parliament, any other language can come in. We as a nation need to agree first. Do we have a national language? Because you cannot really open up a debate on every person to talk. What's really affecting Africa is our ethnicity is killing us. Ethnicity is killing African, is hampering, retarding African development. Because everyone wants to see your language being spoken in Parliament. I want to speak in Sarahule, he want to speak in Wolof, he want to speak in Mandinga, he want to speak in Jola. That is divisive. Then there will be a battle of ethnic representation in Parliament. So as a nation, for us to get it right, we must accept and agree to a national language first that is widely spoken and widely acceptable as a national language. Not proliferation of languages in speaking in Parliament. That would defeat the very purpose of legislation. It's before on Africa, West Africa, to either accept Swahili, to either accept Hausa as a national language for us to speak. But if you trigger any legislation, why was it difficult for previous Parliament, the likes of Sida General and others, they were pioneers, they were advocates of language. but they understand the price it will pay for you to amend the constitution, allowing proliferation of language, they become language representation, which will defeat the very purpose. So of course, I call upon all and sundry to see nation first, to see the country first, to see come together and see if we are ready to really promote our languages, we must unite and recognize a national language as a policy. Honorable Speaker, to end it, I want to respond to, not respond per se, but to say that it's really unfortunate for a member of the central body to say that every investor goes to State House first before they establish their thing.
My friend,
so I want
my
to
friend,
withdraw that.
my friend, do your contribution and forget about me.
It's really unparliamentary. You cannot allege on people who cannot defend themselves in the floor of chambers. So it's really.
Where mention names?
And forget and then withdraw.
Mention names.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I now call upon the mover to respond to the issues raised and the line of the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Members, for the feedback you've given us on this particular report. And thank you for also mentioning that the Pan-African Parliament delegation have been very consistent in the way we prepare and deliver our reports to the plenary here. Because we owe it to you for sending us and for the confidence you have in us, and that's why we have to come back to tell you exactly what transpired while we are away. I think I'm just going to give a general, response. The issue that was shown by the minority leader about the draft that was shown on the reports, that has been corrected. I have sent you the soft copy in the group. That shows almost everything. So I think that is resolved. Now, talking about the African integration, which we've been really very keen to deal with. African integration must not be about just signing treaties, ratifying treaties. But I think it should go beyond that. One particular area that we have seen is actually impacting Africa is the issue of language. Because we are all aware that in our schools, we have been taught foreign languages. And once you leave Gambia, you go and communicate with another country, like in Morocco, another one that I use Arabic or some that are using French. We believe that's actually just, in fact, dividing us more. So that's the reason why at the African Parliament we say maybe there's a need now for us to look at the issue of an African language. Again, if you look at the issue of, for example, Swahili, you have more than 150 million people that is speaking Swahili on the African continent. And not only in East Africa, but other regions of Africa actually speaking the language. If you look at also Arabic, we have more than 100 million people on the continent speaking that language. If you look at Oromo, Hausa, Amharic in Ethiopia, you have more than 80 million that are speaking those languages. So what we are saying is like, why can't we add up one or two and teach it across the continent? So that whenever you leave Gambia, you go to Senegal, you speak, whatever language, then somebody's going to talk to you. So what we are saying is like, maybe we need to inculcate this in our curriculums at the primary school and let them grow with it. So in the next 10, 15 years, whenever you speak any of those adopted languages by the African continent, somebody's going to talk to you. The other issue was also about the education, the curriculums. Our curriculums in the continent is so different. Like when you leave Gambia, you go to East Africa, or you go to North Africa, it's really very different. And when you go to higher education, like at the university level also, you see some very, very, very big differences. So we are saying there's a need to harmonize the curriculum as far as education is concerned, so that once you leave Gambia, you go to South Africa, you go to any other country, you can just continue learning and life just goes like that. The transport sector also cannot be left behind in the African integration, and I think it's at the forefront of the AFCTA. Years ago, the African Union realized that there's a big gap in the transport sector. We are talking about land, we're talking about sea, rail, and also by air. So the African Union realizes that for them to be able to move towards the Agenda 2063, by 2040, they need to close that gap. And for the road network, I think they need about almost 30,000 kilometers of road network and almost 37,000 kilometers of rail. And for that to happen, actually, I think countries actually must take it up at the national level to ensure that it's actually developed. Then the other part also is about financial integration. And that's also talking about currencies that we actually have. Right now, the African Union also is doing, a payment system called PAPIS, which is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System that has been tested in the WAMS zone, where if a Gambian businessman does trade with somebody in Nigeria, you don't have to pay in dollars, but you pay in naira. Likewise, if somebody is dealing with a Ghanaian in Ghana, you pay in cedis instead of paying in dollars. because we see the issue of dollar and euro that's really impacting on the African countries, particularly on our loan portfolios. When you look at loan portfolios actually have, Honorable Speaker, you're going to realize that most of the amount that you actually have is as a result of the differences in the, the value of the currencies. Now, you may see Gambia actually have maybe 80 billion in loans, but if you look at it, maybe 20 to 30% of it is as a result of the devaluation of the dollars, not a loan that we actually have taken, and it's the same thing that actually impacting other countries. So we are saying now that once we integrate the payment systems, then that would actually help our central banks to be able to settle one another without actually using dollar or the euro, and in that case, the need for dollar or euro will be significantly reduced. Now, the other issue also is about governance. We believe governance must not be about clan. Governance must not be about a family issue, but it's about the choice of the people who they want to, you to lead. But it must not be taken as if like this owned by a family or so. And again, we must also remember one thing. There are different democracies across the continent. Across the world. You go to Europe, you go to America. In fact, some areas, for example, in America, the majority of the people do not determine their head of state. The majority of Americans, you can have the most popular votes, but you are not the president of the United States. That is actually done through electoral college. So, but here, what do we have? We say the majority carries the vote. So, if they start pointing finger at us, say that this is not democracy, what they have and what we have is very different. You can have the majority of American people vote for you as president, but they say, no, that doesn't make you to become a president. The majority, actually, when you get the electoral college, what happens? So maybe essentially what we are saying here, like Africa must reinvent itself, look at our own democracy, look at our values, our culture, and our religion, and create our own democracy, and let's not allow anyone to dictate us. I think that's what we need to do. Now, if you look at also the trade and employment as well, what we are saying as a parliament, what we are encouraging, the West, the developed world, they have an issue on climate change because what they're emitting is too much. But Africa actually is not emitting based on the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So what we are saying is, before taking the raw material from Africa, why can't you set up shops in the African continent here? What that does is it's going to create more employment for us, and it's also going to help also in the balance of payment as well. So instead of taking the raw material, you go with it, and then our younger generation, which is the youthful population, going to find a way to get to you. Which means when you transport these raw materials, you are also taking away our employment opportunities as well. So we said, come set up shop here, develop the raw materials, do value addition, and create employment for the African population instead of taking it there. And when that happens also is, the emissions that you also make is going to be neutralized because of those shops actually are now located in Africa who actually has not met that threshold as far as emissions are concerned. Now, the other one also is about traditional medicines, which we really need to establish. And I think the African Union, there's a treaty called the African Union Treaty on the Establishment of African Medicines Agency, that's AMA. Right now, 30 countries actually have signed, 23 have ratified, but Gambia is yet to sign or ratify. So the Committee on Health, I think you can take it up with the Ministry of Health to ensure that Gambia ratifies that treaty dealing with the establishment of African Medicinal Agency, and we can take it from there. Now, also, we are encouraging also traditional medicines. In fact, if I remember correctly, we are working on maybe some sort of like a bill. We call it a model law, where actually African traditional medicine actually are really recognized in this country. Now, if you look at also the issue of medicine in this country, I mentioned this in the African Parliament. Let's look at the amount of money we are spending on importation of medication. But let's also look at the amount of money we are spending on food imports. We are importing some foods that are actually making us sick. But at the same time, we are also importing their medicine. That's a double whammy on us. We are importing the sickness, and we are also importing the medication to cure the sickness. That's actually what is happening. So we need to really open our eyes and develop our agriculture where we can actually have food self-help in this country. Otherwise, we will be losing on two fronts. One, we'll be losing on importation, and two, we'll be losing on also the other side, which is the medication that we need for the continent. So we need to open our eyes and to ensure that we provide enough food for the continent as part of the food security. Now, again, we also understand that the climate change is real, and the research actually has shown that West Africa and the Southern African regions would be the most affected by climate change. So right now, there's a need for the Committee on Environment also to task the ministry responsible for environment to see that they have mitigation factors and also they have policy in place to ensure that we can mitigate those areas. Now, the last issue also we're going to talk about is about the issue of ratification. Like Honorable Saho said, we do not have the powers to legislate at this point in time. Now, that's the reason why when the Pan-African Parliament was created as an AU organ in 2004, Honorable Speaker knows because he was there, and there was a 10-year grace period they gave. They said after 10 years, they're going to review the entire mandate of the PAP, and they're going to come up with some amendments. Now, in 2014, the AU came also with an amended protocol, which is the Malabo protocol we're talking about. Now, since 2014, only 22 countries actually have signed, and we are coming almost 10 years just to give powers to the Pan-African Parliament to be a legislative body of the African continent. But still now we are dragging our feet, and that's the reason why PAP is unable to deliver it on this mandate, because we don't have the full mandate to be able to do what we need to do as a member of, as a parliament. Now, even the budget of the Pan-African Parliament, 6-7 years ago, it used to be around $24 million. But right now, as we speak, it's less than $12 million. And 90% of that goes towards staff costs. So what do we have to be able to deliver? We don't. So that's why we are calling on the government, particularly the Foreign Affairs Minister, to ensure that they support the Pan-African Parliament, to ensure that they can deliver. In fact, it's an irony right now that these ratifications, we are setting up a team, myself as the chair of the West African Caucus, to visit Ivory Coast, Cape Verde, and Senegal to push them to ratify. We are going on a lobbying mission with the permission of the Speaker, which I will going to bring the letter. But the irony in this, Honorable Speaker, is that our trip is fully funded by the European Union, not the African Union. We are going there to lobby for them to ratify the Malabo Protocol to give full legislative power for the PAP. But AU cannot fund that. It's been funded by the European Union. And I think that's a disaster. So we need to get serious to ensure that we find solutions for the African problems. And again, if you look at the report, we are very clear that we must domesticate our solutions, that we use Africans to solve our own issues. Now, to conclude, Honorable Speaker, I think the issue of coup d'etat, really, I didn't report anything on coup d'etat, so I'll just leave that one. So once again, I want to thank you and thank the Office of the Clerk very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, some responses tickled my mind, and I think there is need to further brainstorm on the way forward. The minority leader in his deliberation talked about the need for some of these recommendations and resolutions for governments to access, which I think is critical and very important. And also for the relevant various committees to get these documents and engage their relevant institutions. It's very critical. We are aware that the reports, these reports of the Pan-African, these resolutions are sent to the AU, where we have our ambassadors. And I'm sure those people will deliver it to these things. But this institution has an oversight, and that the Pan-African parliamentarians are there on our behalf. They go and debate and agree and argue and do whatever, so that at the end they come to a common understanding. When they come here, the member for Banjul South said it all. She said she thought she was lost. She thought we were on an adjournment debate. Yes, the report should be different from our national report, like education goes on to and brings it here. We can debate it anyhow. But these people, these are debated issues. They have challenges. And this is the national parliament. So it should be our responsibility, for instance, when they talked about legislative power. We are the people to engage our government, put them under pressure to come up with something to be able to support it, to have either model law first and then legislative power, whatever. So we should be the backbone of our representatives at ECOWAS, at Pan-African Parliament, at other European Parliament, etc. So those ones we must look at. How do we ensure that our various governments are doing what is agreed upon, and we be a check? Not to debate it as it had never been debated, as we have done. Because it must also be clear that the OAU was for political independence. It was transformed to the AU at just the beginning of the 21st century. And that warranted the creation of the African Court of Justice, and then the Pan-African Parliament, because there must be executive, legislature, and judicial. So the intent is clear, that's for integration. So what do we do as a parliament to help our representatives, what they agree on, to ensure that our various executives and governments go by that? That should be our function. Not to debate over it as we will just be debating here for ourselves. That it has been debated. It has been agreed by them. And we send them there, just like us. We are sent here by our people. When we debate and agree, that's what happens. So we should look at those things and see how to go forward from those things. But I think it is very informative, and the members have participated very well, and we can do better. And together we will look at it from the admin level to everything, so that we will have a better format to see how we can help ECOWAS, PAP, and all these things, so that our governments can go by what they agreed on. And now, may I now put the question, honorable members? Be resolved that this honorable assembly do adopt the report of the Gambian delegation to the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, held in Midrand, South Africa, from the 8th May to 2nd June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Let me once again thank you, the head of delegation. You've done justice to your report. And of course, to the entire membership of the Pan-African Parliament. And to all honorable members. I think somebody said, I think it was the member for Woolly East. He said he thought this would last for 30 minutes. It went for hours and hours, probably because of the content. So we thank you all. Pardon? He said what?
I'm not quoting me properly.
Huh? Woolly, what did you...
I was saying is that some people thought, they told me that this was something that we can discuss in 30 minutes. It's not my thought, it's their thought.
Yeah, you are the one who said it. So we now continue, honorable members. We now, clerk, can we continue?
Bills, Order 65, first readings.
Honorable members, pursuant to Section 1011 of the 1997 Constitution and Order 62.2 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, the first reading of the following private members' bill by members of the National Assembly will be done today as per the order paper. The bills have satisfied the requirements of Order 63.2, which requires that a private member's bill, in addition of it being gazetted, must also be published in at least one newspaper in circulation in the Gambia. On that note, clerk, can we proceed?
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 by the Honorable Alajimbo, member for Upper Salem.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Salem, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Member for Upper Salem.
Hello. Constitution Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 is appointed for Tuesday, 12 September 2023, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66.2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or any other subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that the second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. I thank you. Clerk, may we proceed?
Bill, Order 65, first reading of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 by Honorable Ahmad Kamara, member for Nyanija.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Member.
Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Clerk. Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the constitutional amendment, the next stage of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 Bill 2023 as appointed for Tuesday, 12 September 2023, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads as usual, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any other subsequent stage of a bill. The next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. So, Honorable, I want to thank everybody. We have almost come to the end of today's sittings. On that note, after thanking you all and all those who tabled the reports and the bills, I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Monday, 11 September 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned until Monday, 11 September 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.